the sky. You just need to fly high. It will be good for a while, but at the end of time I will be on your side. Whoa, please don't go too far. Don't go too far. If you want to travel miles, pack your dreams and thrive outside. I will be here for advice while you get into the wild. Please don't go too far. Whoa, please don't go too far. want to leave this world and just leave my heart alone in the dark. I remember we used to smile, but please don't go too far.
Yes. I'm not worried about your anecdotes right now. Did the mayor open his mic? Try him to check that stick mic. Tell him to check the stick mic. No, he has it on. Test 1 2. I can work on the rest of the system.
This is a test, yes. The mic is back up. All right, so we're still working on a few things, but we're about ready to start. And this one works as well. So,
council chambers right here.
So mine is the only one that's
Check,
working
check.
yet.
Okay.
And just let me know when we're live broadcasting, and we'll go ahead and start. And I'll give some instructions. But we may go ahead and start here in a minute. You need to go. 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 Yes. All right, just some instructions. We're going to start in just a few minutes, and we're rebooting the system right now, which is the reason for the delay. My microphone is the only one that's on currently. They may start coming up, but until then, we'll have a couple of extra mics. We'll just have to speak up, and we'll also just ask, just to keep it as quiet as possible so people could hear. But we're trying to get this up and do it right. We don't necessarily have to, but we don't want to delay this meeting any longer than we've already delayed it. So get probably another 2 or 3 minutes. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. This is the City of Vacaville regularly scheduled City Council meeting, June 11th, 2024. We've delayed it. It is now nearly 6:30 p.m. due to technical difficulties. Do I have a roll call?
Here.
Here.
Chapman? Here. Robert? Wiley?
Here. If you are able to stand, please join me in a moment of silence followed by the pledge. Councilmember Stockton, will you lead us in the pledge?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you for your patience, and we will go ahead and move into item 3, the approval of the agenda. Mr. City Manager, do we have any changes? I believe there might be one alteration.
Yes, Mayor. Just want to make the crowd aware that opening of this item, it will not be acted on by City Council. It needs to be
right, with that adjustment to item 8A, do I have an approval of the agenda? Motion.
A motion to approve the agenda.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Approval of the minutes? Motion? Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. We do have a presentation tonight, and it is the Chamber of Commerce Lemonade Day presentation. And Debbie Gidio will come down here, I believe, and give us a little brief update on what is going on in Vacaville. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. This microphone works really good, actually, so we're good. My name is Debbie Egidio. I am the president of the Vacaville Chamber of Commerce and co-city director with Noelle Buckband, who is with me here tonight, and she is also the communication manager for the chamber. And we together have put on Lemonade Day with the help of many volunteers and donors and sponsors for our second year this year. And many of you, I think, have heard me speak many times about Lemonade Day, so you know what it is. But for those who may be watching who don't, Lemonade Day is a nationally branded program. The Chamber purchases a license to operate that program locally in exchange for all of the educational materials, marketing materials, background that helps us put this on for our city. Lemonade Day is in 90 communities across the United States, but there's only 6 in California, and we're one of those 6. So I think it's something to really be proud of, that we have the distinction of being not just one of 6, but one of the only ones in our region. The other is far north, and the rest are in the Southern California area. So Lemonade Day is a learning-based module. It's designed to help kids become entrepreneurs, to start a business, to run a business, and to do everything that comes in between that. And not just business skills come from the program, but also communication skills, customer service, self-esteem, all of those things that go into the creative thinking of an entrepreneurial mindset. So our event this year was on May 18th, just right around Mother's Day. And we have a few stats to share with you, and I'm going to have Noelle do that.
Thank you so much. We can move to the next slide, please. Yeah, so we had an impressive turnout this year. We had 85 enrolled participants, and that equated to 28 stands coming out on May 18th. 75% of them were brand new, fresh faces, and 25% were returning entrepreneurs. So it's nice to see this mix in the crowd this year. Next slide. The average profit per stand was $283, which the kids got to keep, and I would say that's impressive to do in just a few short hours. So that was not just a testament to their hard work and creativity, but also thank you to the community of Vacaville for their support too, and visiting and purchasing lemonade. Next slide. And 3 components of Lemonade Day are spend, share, and save. So the kids are encouraged to treat themselves after and spend some of their money. They're encouraged to share some of it and also to save. When it comes to the share, some kids donated some of their profits to various nonprofits and charities, including the SPCA of Solano County, the Shovel Foundation, Adopt a Grandparent, Sierra Club, and the Cheetah Fund. And the spirit of giving back underscores the values of the community and compassion that we hold dear in Vacaville. So I just wanted to say good job to the kids.
Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there's a lot of people that help make this happen for the city of Vacaville and for our youth. We had 6 major sponsors this year. I want to thank all the council members who contributed to Lemonade Day from your district dollars. What's really important to know is that the funds roll forward. So if we have any leftover funding from this year, it's going to roll forward to make us able to do it again next year. There's no administrative fees, management fees taken out of our fundraising. That's all on the chamber. This purely goes back to the kids. We've been able to buy some equipment that they rent, free of charge, of course, but some dispensers, some tables, things like that to help the program continue and grow. What's also great about the program is it involves not just the kids, it involves their families, their mentors, their siblings, their friends, and also our business community. And that's where we kind of felt this hit a home run, is that it just really molds everything together for our whole city. And we had sweet spots. Many of you were able to go out and try some of the lemonade at those sweet spots. Those are businesses that wanted to have stands in front of them. And at the end of the day, we had a couple of contests throughout. We did a best tasting lemonade contest. Mayor, you were one of our judges, and we thank you for that. And we also did a best stand contest, and Councilmember Wiley, you were one of our judges for that. So it was great to have you guys participate. And then our big award through the whole process is our Entrepreneur of the Year. And it's not about how much you make, it's not about money, it's about completing the program, going through all the steps, and committing to becoming that entrepreneur. So this year's winner, and he's going to come up and say something, is Levi Stankowski for our Entrepreneur of the Year. Yay, Levi, you want to come up? And so Levi did the best tasting contest and got 3rd place in our contest. And the unique thing about your stand, at least for me, nobody else did it but you, is you gave a joke with every lemonade. Do you have a joke you want to tell everybody?
Yeah. Well, I need to remember what it is. What kind of key can't open a door? A monkey.
Monkey.
So Levi's mom and I were chatting, and Levi's already learned some great lessons from the day. They talked about going to the donut store, I think it might have been this morning. And Levi said, we should leave a tip because I know how hard it is to work and do a business, and people should learn from that, right? Great. So Levi, I am going to give you this certificate. It says Lemonade Day Vacaville 2024 Entrepreneur of the Year Award presented to Levi Stankowski on the 11th day of June 2024 for exemplifying what it means to be an entrepreneur. You worked hard to set a goal, develop a business plan, create a unique and desirable product, and market it to run a successful business. Your dedication to completing all the steps in the Lemonade Day program set you apart, and you should be proud of your accomplishments. Congratulations.
Is that a real lemonade? Lemon?
It's a real lemon.
Organic.
Thank you, Council, for your time today to let us do this presentation. And congratulations again, Levi, and all of the kids who participated in Lemonade Day. You did a great job.
So my understanding is the microphones are back working again, which is a good sign. And I just wanted to say, it is a very good event, but from an economic development and also an educational standpoint, there's so much that's learned at a young age on how to work hard and understanding what responsibility looks like, how to be able to give forward. It's a tremendous program, and I'm so grateful that you're doing it and that our community is involved in this. And hopefully each year it will only get better and better and bigger. That said, you'll have to have substitutes if you have too many lemonades because you can only have so much of a lemonade sugar high in the taste testing. After a while, it's like, be sure you don't drink it all because pretty soon there's a sugar buzz going on. But it was so fun. Thank you. With that, I do believe we will move into the consent calendar, item 6, and there's A through F. Any member of the council or the public wishing to pull an item for discussion? Seeing none, that I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion to.
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. And we will move on now to business from the floor. This is a time to address the council on items not on the agenda, however, that are in our jurisdiction. And so Those of you who would like to come forward and address the council, you'll have 3 minutes. Open it up to the floor. All right, anyone want to start? Yes. We'll go ahead and, yeah, let's get this started. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening. My name is...
Yeah, there you go. It'll pick it up now. There you go. Thank you.
All right. Good evening. My name is David Rogers, Jr. I'm Artistic Director for Starbound Theater, as well as the new community theater of Vacaville Solano Community Players. I stand before you today to speak about the importance of tolerance and acceptance in our community. The mayor's refusal to sign the proclamation is not just a symbolic act. It sends a message to our residents about who is valued and who is marginalized. Our town Vacaville is a town of diverse individuals, each contributing uniquely to the vibrant tapestry of our community. Tolerance is the bedrock of a healthy, thriving society. It means acknowledging and respecting our differences and recognizing that every person, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity, deserves dignity and respect. As the panel of our leaders, it is your job to affirm a commitment to these principles and demonstrate that this town is a place where everyone can feel safe, everyone can feel valued and included. The refusal to sign the proclamation was more than just a missed opportunity. It now risks perpetuating division and misunderstanding. In these challenging times, we need to stand together, united in our shared humanity. I would also like to extend an invitation to each and every one of you. Our next production is the Laramie Project, and I am holding an open seat for every single one of you to come see it at the Saturday Club of Vacaville. The Laramie Project is a powerful play that chronicles the community's reaction to the tragic murder of a gay man, Matthew Shepard, in Laramie, Wyoming, and it serves as a poignant reminder of the consequences of intolerance. You will be receiving an email with information on how to attend the production, and as a lot of people know, and you should know, theater has a unique ability to change minds and perspectives, to foster empathy, and immerse us in the lives and experiences of others. Your presence at the show would symbolize a step towards understanding and unity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for...
Yeah, good evening.
Mayor Carley, council members, Mayor Ritchie, and council members and staff. My name is Donna Harris. I remember standing here before you last year discussing reasons why pride flags should be flown in Vacaville and all cities. I remember stating that cultural and/or ethnic flags should be able to be flown with pride, representing all the people that you yourselves represent. And those being recognized should be able to see their emblem raised high with honor and respect. I also believe that they should be able to hear words read that would swell their hearts and help give their lives and their sufferings purpose. All but 2 of your council voted last year to raise those flags following a list that would be decided, I think, in January. That's great. And I thank you for the garden and the event banners I've seen pictures of. I haven't been there yet. But I'm here tonight to ask why. Why was our LGBTQIA flag raised quietly, with no ceremony, no advance notice, almost surreptitiously? Every other city in Solano raised this flag with quiet, respectful ceremony, not gaudy bands and whistles, except for Suisun City, which displays our flag all year long in their chambers. In each city, a few government officials welcomed us, read the proclamation that we suggested, or some of their own adaptions, still respectful. A few proud LGBTQIA+ members, myself included, watched each of them being raised with grateful, proud, and respectful applause. A few cameras even documented the events, and you can see those if you have doubts. But Vacaville raised our flag so quietly, I didn't know anything about it. We didn't know anything until it was over. The only proclamation that was read bore little resemblance to the one we tried to discuss with your mayor weeks in advance. Instead, it was filled with the same kind of innuendo and homophobic half-truths that we sat here listening to last year again and again. Seems to me that your mayor put off any and all conversation with our community, including those folks that lived right here in Vacaville, so he could compile all those half-truths, which my grandmother called lies, from various investigative people feeding the fires against us. Sadly, none of those people were interested in relating their information openly and honestly. Sadly, the mayor never questioned the veracity of the information they peddled, only that they were against us, so they must be honest. Sadly, he never questioned us openly and honestly. Sadly, he never. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name's Karen Nolan. I'm representing the Vacaville People's Forum tonight, and we have a statement about the lack of a mayor's signature on the Pride Proclamation. By declining to issue a Pride Month proclamation that celebrates and affirms the LGBTQIA community or acknowledges the history of violence and continued discrimination they endure, our mayor has clearly shown that he has no interest in representing the estimated 8,000 to 9,000 residents of Vacaville who identify as LGBTQIA. In contrast, the Vacaville People's Forum is proud to stand as allies with the LGBTQIA+ community, and we are looking forward to celebrating Pride Month on Sunday, June 23rd at Andrews Park. We also invite Vacaville residents to join us in signing a Vacaville People's Forum declaration that recognizes June as Pride Month, and it can be signed virtually on our Facebook page or in person at Pride in the Park on June 23rd. I would also like to remind the council that everyone has been extended an invitation to come to the Pride Festival on June 23rd, including you, Mayor Carley. And I think you would find out that it's really just a very fun event and something to be proud of here in Vacaville. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Probably been better to leave it off. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Both my parents, of course, served under the Stars and Stripes during World War II. My mother in the Marine Corps, dad in the Army Air Corps in Africa and Italy. They survived. Obviously, my mother did. She reigned stateside. You and I and other members of the council have all taken our oaths under the Stars and Stripes and then promised to the state of California. And I'd like to personally, heartily express my gratitude that you united us, that you united all of us equally under the Stars and Stripes and in service to the state of California. Those are the only flags that should be hoisted, in my opinion. It doesn't exclude anyone, and it's with love to all of our brothers and sisters and the utmost respect for our brothers and sisters. So thank you. I know it's difficult and all this controversy, but it's so simple. The Stars and Stripes represent all of us. And if somebody doesn't, they probably have another issue. But we take that pledge like we did earlier, and equality is part of that. A lot of people suffered and a lot of people died for that principle. And I'd like to honor you for respecting that oath and that emblem for which people have fought and died for. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. I'm Will McDarvey, Executive Director of the Solano Pride Center. Happy to be here tonight. I wish we could have met before tonight rather than sharing barbs in the media. We emailed you on April 17th after trying to figure out what the city's policy was. And when we called and even stopped by the city hall here recently, or I guess that day was in February, trying to figure out what the new policy was, We were given a proclamation policy from 2017 from your legal department, I believe. And even being online, it's hard to find where any of the updates that were voted upon last year are in your city council's website. So, so we decided to just email all of you the request for a proclamation. And Vice Mayor Ritchie and Council Member Jeanette Wiley were very helpful in trying to move that forward, but we never heard from you, Mayor. I tried to give you a chance to start this relationship off with a new executive director in a different way, but you didn't take the invitation. So I don't know what to say besides the LGBTQ community feels dishonored again by you and your city. The proclamation you did allow the vice mayor to sign wasn't really a proclamation and didn't proclaim June LGBTQ Pride Month as previous versions did, and struck words like celebrate. And I just want you to understand some of the research that has come out that helps especially understand around family acceptance and community acceptance, and the very real numbers that we deal with on a regular basis at the Solano Pride Center as a mental health institution that has 2 counselors that provide counseling for members of our community and their extended family, and as a civil rights organization, not as a religious organization as you accused us of. Caitlin Ryan, Dr. Caitlin Ryan at the University of California, San Francisco points out that when a young person doesn't have support and they are questioning whether they are a member of the LGBTQIA2S community, that if they don't have acceptance in their home and if they don't find acceptance even from one adult, that their suicidal risk goes up 8.5 times. Their risk of using risky sex and risky drugs go up 3.5 times. These are numbers that are true across the board, not just in California, but across the country. So we know how important acceptance in our own communities are, and when members of our community don't receive that even from their elected leaders, it actually increases the work that we do because people feel less safe in their own communities and in their own homes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That 3 minutes?
Yes. Yeah. I'll let you finish your comment, but you're over 3. And I apologize. Normally it would be on the screen for you to see, but I do see it count down here. So I just let you finish your comment. I wasn't trying to cut you off. Good evening.
Good evening, esteemed members of the council. Tonight I want to underscore the crucial role of our esteemed city council in upholding the pillars of our community. And municipalities, as you know, are, including our own, have the responsibility for parks and for recreation services and for police and fire services, and public transportation and alike. These are not just services, they're foundations that enable our community to thrive and to do well. They also ensure that the neighborhoods are secure, the infrastructure is dependable, and that our emergency services are swift and efficient. Hats off to our chief for taking that charge. We also need to remember that our government services all of the people of Vacaville. In unwavering dedication to unbiased service, free from favoritism towards any specific group, is paramount. True representation comes from working from a collective good, not catering to individual groups. Let's not overlook the significance of the discussion of the flag display at our City Hall. While we have the importance of symbols and history, we must also preserve the significance of our nation, state, and our city flags. If we were to fly every flag representing every group, that would dilute the impact of any flag. We know from leadership training that when everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. A simple yet profound display of the American flag, the California state flag, and the City of Vacaville flag is a testament to our commitment for both national unity and local unity. This approach fosters a sense of justice and respect for all, without diminishing the importance of any individual group. We, the citizens of Vacaville, deserve a government that prioritizes safety, infrastructure, and unbiased service. When our leaders support one group overtly, then this creates a division and a sense of exclusion of other groups.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Eric Chopin. I want to tell you something. It's a problem for me to talk because I have a stroke and everything, so it's pretty hard. I'm going to try to be very quick. I'm talking about, I have a petition in here with all the people there, and one day if you want to see it, they have plenty of it in here, for people drive like a crazy on the place where we live, Oshkosh, over there. It's a freeway.
South Orchard.
Yeah, it's a freeway. And we talked to the police many times. We don't see any people pick it up and stuff like that. It's become ridiculous. So I have all the people, I've been to all the area and here in a place like that. It become crazy. I live in here. I've been there for 10 years. It become ridiculous how fast people drive. When they have the stop sign doesn't reach. They just pass by. The problem we get, they open a lot of apartments and stuff like that now. For the city, they build all kind of apartments and stuff like that. People use this part, go to the freeway. It's a freeway. I mean, it's 25, and we're going sometime at 500. I have picture and camera on my car that will show you. It's unbelievable. And the police, I don't know. And on my country, I'm a different country. I come a long time ago. And in France, we're taking care of the police and the stuff all the time. We don't get ticket all the time. And here, we don't get any ticket and stuff like that. People get no police and stuff like that. I don't know what's going on with the city, but I don't know what's going on with the police here taking care of the police. So I think that's it. I think you live right there here, and then what is crazy to me is the police people are there. People pass by and drive like a crazy on the front of the police station. Why? I don't know. So I just want to explain something.
My name is Michelle. I'm Eric's wife. What he's getting to is he did this petition. He talked to all the neighbors about getting either some sort of speed hump, which we talked to the fire department. They don't want speed humps because it impedes their call time for their duties, or some sort of speed abatement. That because we see other schools. We live right next to Alamo Elementary on South Orchard, and there's nothing like that. Even the traffic, the crossing guard complains about. She says people just speed right through. It's unbelievable. So this is what he wanted to say is South Orchard has turned into a freeway. We need something, if it's not humps, something to slow down the traffic. And thank you for your time, Mayor and council members.
So here's what I want to do. Thank you for coming and sharing. What I'd like you to do is go to the back of here and speak with the chief or the captain. And we've heard you, and I'm going to ask you to meet with them right now.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you for sharing. Anyone else wishing to speak before I close public comment? Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Carley and council. most of the people who live in this city have no idea what's going on here. They just simply trust you, ladies and gentlemen, to look out for their best interests. Most of the time you do, and some of you don't. Mayor Carley, a few days ago, you politely declined to sign the proclamation for the LGBTQ flag. On behalf of the average blue-collar worker here, of which I used to be one, and who's normally too busy to know what's going on here, thank you very much for standing on principle. Thank you very much for having the intestinal fortitude to know what was going to be coming at you in criticism for this, but standing for what's right for the city, not what the desire is of a very loud, demanding, small group of people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good evening.
Charlotte Richardson. I'm a licensed clinical social worker here in Vacaville, California. Mayor and council members, I want to share with you a little bit of history about myself. A couple of years ago, I myself consider myself a very strong Christian woman, and nothing comes before God with me. I mean, absolutely no one, not even my son. I was not an ally of the LGBTQ community. I have since then changed my mind. And the reason why is because God talks about not being the final judger, to love all of his children. And I thought to myself, as a social worker for a community, how can I leave out a certain group of people? I think back to when I first met you, Mayor Carley, when we served together. I served on the Boys and Girls Club board of directors. And I remember your presence when you would come in and how much the kids truly loved and looked up to you. They look up to you then, and they look up to you now. And what I would say to the council members and to the mayor is really look at the Family Acceptance Project that's completed in San Francisco State University. And you will be amazed and astonished at the numbers of how family rejection, community rejection has an impact not only on the kids and the family members, but in the community. Yes, there are some who will speak about the city of Vacaville. However, one person cannot speak for all members of the city of Vacaville because there are a few here that I don't agree with. So on that note, I really would like to say that you may look at flags and think that a certain flag doesn't matter, but I have to say, as a Black woman, the red, white, and blue flag, the stars and the stripes did not always represent me either. That is the reason why we have Juneteenth celebration in the United States of America, because that flag did not always represent everyone. So, as you serve this community, put your personal feelings aside and think about what's best for all members of Vacaville.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close business from the floor. And just for clarification, this is business from the floor, so this is not a time for explanation or public comment. So I'm not in a position to share any details of personal views and values. What I will set clear for the record is there was a request, as has been said, a request for proclamation in April to the entire council. And reviewing the proclamation policy, I opted to decline based upon the policy language. Instead, seeking through disclosure to the vice mayor that there is the ability for the council, if it chooses, to make its own proclamation policy, of which Councilmember Wiley requested that there would be one. And the language that was drafted was verified and validated by me, and the changes were by me. And Vice Mayor Ritchie accepted those and signed on behalf of the City Council. And so I'm not going to go into all the details as why. I'm simply giving you some clarification now. If I may add some comments at the end, and may very well wish to explore some of these discussions at a different time. It's just inappropriate to do it in this meeting during business from the floor. But I want everyone to know the details that were there, how it happened, and the language that was in this year's proclamation had some minor changes, but it was specifically with the language at the end to reach the community. And that was my desire to do so. And I'm glad that Councilmember Ritchie and or Vice Mayor Ritchie and Councilmember Wiley followed through with what the proclamation policy allows for, to reach and make a message to the community. However, I did not sign it for many reasons, but one is just because the role of government. And I'll have further comments later on, but I just wanted to say, thank you for being respectful tonight. And I will turn this back over to the next item, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This first public hearing item before you tonight is a resolution related to unpaid assessments related to weed abatement and new liens on those properties. We have Jill Childers, our fire marshal, and David Nam from our City Attorney's Office here to make a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Tonight we are here to discuss weed abatement liens for abatements that took place last year. Next slide. Code enforcement works with property owners to comply with the city's weed abatement requirements. We enforce Vacaville Municipal Code Section 8.04, abatement of weeds and rubbish, and the California Fire Code Section 304.1.2.1. Next slide, please. Code enforcement provided notification of this lien hearing in many different ways, including mailing all property owners a notice about this hearing on April 8th, 2024. In this notice, we made all property owners aware that they had until June 10th to pay for the abatement cost or to call with any questions. We did not receive any calls from these property owners. And lastly, we published the information about this hearing in the Vacaville Reporter as required by law. Next slide, please. Property number one, the first property that we will be discussing is located at 7014 Browns Valley Road. Next slide, please. Property number two is located at 235 Belford Place. Property number three is located at 524 and 530 Spring Lane. And property number four is located at 140 Isle Royale Circle. Code enforcement followed our normal process to provide property owners notification of violations on their properties, and this included issuing courtesy notices to all four property owners, issuing notice and orders to abate to all property owners, posting 3-day notice of intent to apply for abatement warrants. Warrants for all 5 properties were issued by the Solano County Superior Court, and all properties were abated by the city's contractor. Now I have some before and after photos of each of the properties. Here is 7014 Browns Valley Road, just one photo of each before and after. This is what 235 Belford Place looked like after the abatement. The next slide is of 524 and 530 Spring Lane, just a before and after. And lastly, this is photos of 140 Isle Royale Circle, a before and after of that one as well. Currently, we have outstanding balances for 7014 Browns Valley Road in the amount of $3,697.86. For Belford Place, the amount due is $1,423.21. For 524 and 530 Spring Lane, the amount due is $1,172.27. And for 140 Isle Royale Circle, the amount due is $1,946.18. The physical impact for the abatement, for these abatements was paid for from the general fund. The strategic plan goal initiative this supports is goal number 1 to ensure public safety. And we recommend by simple motion to adopt the subject resolution. We are here to answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and the work done for this abatement. Not seeing any questions. I'm going to open up the public for any comments. And I will bring this back to the council. So Vice Mayor Ritchie.
I second.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you for the work and helping to keep Vacaville safe during this fire season. So thank you. All right, we will move on to the next item. This is an item I do believe that we're just going to take public comment and defer, right? You want to explain that?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, tonight on the Lighting and Landscape Assessment District public hearing, so we had an issue with the public notice itself. And so out of an abundance of transparency and compliance with the Lighting and Landscape Act, we reissued the public notice. And I'm here tonight to take care of any comments or testimony that may come from the public, and then reconvene and bring back this item on the June 27th calendar.
Right. Well, thank you. So I'll go ahead and open it up to the public if they were here tonight believing that they were going to comment.
Mr. Mayor, just a question. Do I understand this correctly, that it's for existing lighting and landscape districts, not creating the...
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
That's it, yeah. Seeing no one else, I'll bring this back to the council. We'll take no action item on it tonight other than the one public comment, and it will be on the next council meeting. So thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next item. And it looks like the next item at this point will be Business 9A. And looks like we have our staff contact, Barbara Carr, and our Economic Development Manager. And I see Don Burris in the house as well, so thank you. While they're getting set up, I will also say thank you for all the work last week down in San Diego. You did nice work.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor and City Council members, I am, for the record, Barbara Carr. I'm the Economic Development Manager.
Can you just pull a little closer?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. There you go.
Am I trying to not be heard? I appreciate the opportunity to bring forward the City of Vacaville's pilot storefront improvement plan, the Destination Downtown, and wanted to thank you for approving the funds for this pilot program. For background purposes, the City Council adopted the downtown specific plan in February 8th, 2022 to reestablish downtown as the heart of the city. On September 12th, 2023, the plan was approved to pilot a program for a downtown storefront improvement plan. And one of the goals of the plan is to attract active retail and related uses unique to downtown and reinforce downtown as a lively entertainment, cultural, civic, and dining destination. And another goal is to create and attract a built environment to enhance the downtown's brand. So offering the grant, making sure we're on the same page. Offering grants for window enhancement, improvements, and facade improvements will create an engaging environment from the sidewalk using lighting improvements and create a visually engaging downtown. Ultimately, providing new development supports competitive and environmentally sustainable growth and promotes a fair and competitive market. Our private sector has made significant investments to improve the downtown. And in recognition of this and in support of additional investment, the pilot program, Destination Downtown, provides an enhanced storefront to support the vibrancy of downtown Vacaville. At the same time, the City of Vacaville recognizes the need to mitigate the challenges that come with rapid global proliferation of commerce by creating an experience that we can monitor. And that's why we're calling this a pilot program. So we're going to be looking at our progress and see if the improvements actually match. Destination Downtown's pilot storefront improvement grant will increase the attractiveness to shoppers at the ground level. By improving the window appearances and facade, you can also improve the lighting downtown, improve safety, encourage property owner investment, and make downtown Vacaville a destination for residents and visitors. As with any other project or grant, the property improvements under this program must also adhere to all applicable building codes, sign ordinances, and development design standards by the City of Vacaville. Any code violations may impact the release of grant funds. As a city, we've taken steps to improve the customer parking experience. We've created clear and accurate signage that have been placed near the available public parking lots. The signs are visible, readable, and consistent, and you can download the Java application. Destination Downtown builds on creating a positive shopping experience in the downtown area. We want to showcase the buildings and the businesses. The first grant offers an opportunity to drive traffic to the businesses by a visually engaging storefront. There is no match requirement for the $3,500. We want to enhance the reputation of the businesses and create a lasting and positive relationship with the visitors. The final two options for the grant uses minor and major facade improvements with a match for the businesses. There will be a website presence, stakeholder meetings, working with our partners, especially downtown Vacaville, and other press releases and community engagement to get the word out to the businesses and property owners within the downtown specific plan boundaries. And once we have your approval to move forward, we will begin to take action on providing grant funds to the community. If there's any questions or comments or other things that you'd like to know, we're happy to answer those questions. We realize we gave you a 60-page document to review, so we're happy to talk about it.
I appreciate the presentation. I'm actually very excited about this. So it's a long time in coming, but clearly there's going to only be limited funds in particular grant cycles. And could you explain maybe what that might look like, and then also when this will kick off and who do they contact?
So we're working with community development and
Improve this, obviously, but
yes. And this whole process actually has been, for me, a great opportunity to really understand all of the different departments that consider the actions that we take. And there's been a lot of different people who have reviewed it. But to answer your question, originally in September, when this had been suggested as an opportunity for us to put some funds out, we had a change within the department. We've now have presented this to the finance department about the funds, and we've gotten the approval to move beyond the June 30th end of the fiscal department period to be able to provide those funds.
Barbara, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the total funding that will be used for the program is $150,000. We're hoping to be able to launch the program by the end of July and go public and start accepting applications. I think that was more specific to your question, Mayor.
yeah, thank you. Councilmember Silva?
Yeah, excited about this. Question is, how do we make sure that can you please clarify the selection process? And
Yeah, there's a section in there that talks about how we'll be reviewing the applications, and really we're looking for specific types of activities in the downtown area that we want to see the improvements on. So if you can imagine, if you have a window storefront, we want you to be able to provide some ideas of what kind of merchandising that fits for your type of business. That's related to the retail side of things. But it'll be looking at the full picture. Are they ready to move forward with their project? Do they have the financing to cover the match? And that does it fit within our building codes as well. So it is, in a way, it could be a first come, first serve, but in another way, it could also be, that could be because they're the only person who's come forward ready to accept some grant funds. So I think a good way to kind of look at it is we're going to review them as they come in and see if they're completed projects ready to go, and then discuss that if it fits with the downtown specific plan.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ritchie?
I do have a section.
Thank you. I'll try to talk my voice. This is amazing. Thanks for all the work. I think the downtown Pacific plan is absolutely amazing, and all the hard work we've done at council. As I see one small business owner at one end bookend of the downtown to hopefully, as we activate East Main, the park once and walk theory is exactly what I've said for a long time. Like, we gotta make downtown sticky. If you drive in, you go to one place and own one place, you're missing the whole experience. By having every storefront create this allure and is activated and energized, it would allow people to park once and stroll and really engage, interact in the community. I think there's a lot of amazing businesses downtown that could need a little love and help to really create this kind of synergy. I spend a lot of time downtown. Thank goodness I'm upstairs where I should be because I'm on finance. No one buys candy than a house. But I think it really belongs for the companies business that provide some to the community, food, entertainment, recreation. It can really be huge. So I think just please get the word out and educate and coach the fellow small business owners, because this is what we need downtown. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Wiley, or excuse me, Councilmember Wiley. That was last year.
Thanks for the information. I just would like a clarification. I believe you said that if someone's awarded the grant and then they make the improvements, there's a 3-year commitment that they need to stay in that business. Is that correct? Wasn't there a requirement that they would keep their business going?
Well, part of it is that there's a property owner.
Right.
That is going to be part of the conversation about maintaining the property, so that's part of the conversation. Yeah, is there 3 years. Yeah, for 3 years.
So I just wondered when that 3 years was the timeline started, when they first made their application or when their project was completed?
There's going to be an agreement that they'll sign, and within that agreement, there's conversation or information that's listed within there on what their responsibilities are.
Okay.
To receive the funds. And then also they'll have to, in order for us to release the funds, there can't be any building code violations. There's a section in there that talks about soft costs, and that we want to see completed projects before we would pay out anything on the soft costs, like architectural. We want to make sure that that project is actually something that gets done. So it's not going to be something where we're going to release $3,500 and it only goes to, let's say, an architect to design a plan. We want to see a completed project, and that'll be all part of the review process.
Well, so I really agree with all that, because I think that someone should have a commitment to stay. If we're putting grant money into their building, then we need a commitment on their part. So that's why I just didn't know when it started and how the 3 years was derived, 3 years versus 5 versus 1. So that's what I just wanted a little clarification on.
Councilmember, if I can add a little bit more to that. Part of the eligibility is they need to have at least 3 years left remaining on their lease.
I see.
All right, I will open up to the public for any comment. Good evening. Yeah.
Business owner here. I'm really excited about this project, the grant program. I just found out about it this morning at a meeting, and so what I do want to encourage is, of course, for you guys to approve it. I think that any improvement downtown, a lot of the downtown businesses especially, suffered during the shutdowns during COVID, and we're still trying to come back from those shutdowns, and this would bring, vitality to the downtown. Remember that much of our sales tax revenue comes from, of course, your local businesses. So if they have a little leg up, are able to get some money to help renew their businesses, they're going to have more sales tax revenue to give back to the city, which helps with our police, fire, and municipal utilities and that kind of thing. So I'm excited about it. Thank you very much, and thank you guys for considering it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Seeing no one else, I'm going to close and bring it back, and I will simply say, you had a comment. Go ahead and share it.
I just wanted to say that with any kind of grant or working with a business, part of our role in economic development is to really help them understand how to put their best foot forward in the way that they would, we'll work with them on what their project is. And it's not going to be something where we're just going to flat out deny people. We're going to talk to them about what they could do maybe to possibly improve their project idea so that we can see those improvements happen. But ultimately, there is an end to the dollar amount, so we want to be able to have stakeholder meetings. And that's why it was so important to have Downtown Vacaville on board with working with us because of the downtown specific plan as the area that really is that 10 by 10 block area that we're trying to improve.
Thank you. This is good for Vacaville. This is good for the businesses in downtown for trying to really lean into the specific plan to make it vibrant. So I'm excited about it. Vice Mayor Ritchie.
I'd like the motion to approve 9A.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Thank you very much. Let's get started. This is good for Vacaville. All right, Mr. City Manager, we have, what's next on our item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you is a presentation on the school zone traffic safety survey evaluation findings. We have Gwen Owens, our Deputy Director of Public Works, and our traffic engineer, along with Brian McLean, our Public Works Director, to make a presentation for you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Tonight, Gwen Owens, your traffic engineer, and I are going to do this presentation together. I'd first like to start off with something that, just to make clear, your Public Works Department sincerely is committed to safety, traffic safety within the city of Vacaville. To that end, all of the 20 plus sites, the 20 public schools, private schools that we evaluated, that Gwen and her team of traffic engineers evaluated over the course of this project, all of them meet or exceed the standards of the Federal Highway Administration Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices in both engineering and traffic control devices themselves. And with that, if the department were to be made aware of a compliance gap or an immediate safety issue, you can rest assured that Public Works would be swiftly addressing that matter, either ourselves or in addition to our public safety partners with the police department. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Gwen.
Thank you. Okay, so as we know, the Safe Routes to School is a movement to create safe and convenient opportunities for children to walk and bike to school. The goal is to increase the safety and biking of those children to school. Back in in October of 2023, we had designed a survey to engage the community, residents, parents, guardians, the school, and the school district regarding traffic safety issues and concerns. The survey was broadly marketed. It was taken to City Council at the kickoff in October of 2022. There was a press release. Staff emailed all the school principals and vice principals, and it was advertised on the city's website. We received 129 comments, suggestions, and this is attachment 2 of your council report.
As Gwen mentioned, beginning in October of 2022 and continuing through the spring of this year, traffic engineering staff performed an exhaustive data collection and analysis effort of 20 schools, including both public and private. Criteria analyzed through that effort, as you can see on the slide, included traffic speeds, traffic volumes, sight distances, accident data, pedestrian and bicycle counts, including environmental justice community of concern zone areas and minority enrollment. The result of that work are 20 customized school safety zone plans designed to enhance and improve the safety around our school zones. If you can think of concentric rings around the schools, the way that traffic engineering went about this is looking at the schools close, directly adjacent, then in proximity, moving further out, and then the full path of travel all the way through the neighborhood to the school itself. Fully comprehensive, customized plans.
Basically, in general, it was determined that all school zones would benefit from installing high visibility crosswalks at uncontrolled locations, installing advanced stop bars at stop signs, and also reducing the current posted 25 miles per hour speed limit to 15 miles per hour, which was approved at the last council meeting. Next slide. And additional improvements include ADA curb ramps at crosswalks in the school zones, which have yellow striped in the immediate vicinity, and then there's also the white striped crosswalks further out. Rectangular rapid flashing beacons at uncontrolled crosswalks that qualify, radar feedback signs for locations that qualify, and median improvements. Next slide. As Brian said, staff developed 20 customized Safe Routes to School plans with an estimated cost of $16 million in total. The schools were ranked based upon the criteria brought to City Council in September 2023. This is an objective, data-driven approach to ranking. The higher the ranking corresponds to the greater need for the safety enhancement. Next slide. So let's talk about immediate next steps. So this summer, we're planning on starting to install the 15 mile per hour reduced speed limit signs, signing and striping components in the immediate vicinity of the top 3 schools, which are Vacaville, Alamo Elementary, and Markham Elementary, in addition to Cooper, which is in the 2024 slurry seal, will be completed by the end of this year. Next slide. Additionally, at Padden Elementary School, we're doing a joint program with the Vacaville Unified School District. The city will be installing the new high visibility crosswalk, signage, and ADA ramps. This is funded by Councilmember Chapman's district dollars. The Vacaville Unified School District will modify the school driveways to only allow a right in, right out. Next slide. The city will then submit the 20 plans to include an STA Safe Routes to School plan, which they are currently working on. We are continuing to pursue grant funding, both small and large, and as the slurry seals come around each year, we will incorporate the appropriate striping at those schools. Next slide. So in conclusion, this is an informational item for the City Council to receive the presentation. If there's any comments or questions, we are available.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the presentation and coming back to the council on some of the concerns and clarifying that if there was any significant risk, first and foremost, that's attended to anyway. This is based upon trying to have shovel-ready projects ready to go. Councilmember Silva, questions?
Yeah. Quick comment, then question. So I don't have to come back, but I've had the pleasure of getting to know you, Gwen, the past 3 years. People complain about a lot of traffic issues and have a lot of complaints. And even when the whole public works team, made little small wins, sometimes people don't appreciate it. So I definitely feel your guys' pain on that one sometimes. But I will advocate and want to congratulate you all for being very responsive through the years and patient with a lot of concerns, including mine. So I think one of the challenges that we have is, and I too, the way I think of things, how do we create systems that eliminate or reduce human error? And we're crafty beings. When we want to overcome a certain challenge, for most of us, we're dedicated to do that. And so so I know as often as we see these suggestions, a lot of times it still comes down to human behavior. So I want to make sure that's communicated. You all know that, but I really communicate that to the community. It still comes down to us individually being responsible, making sure that our children are raised to be responsible and respectful of not just themselves, but others. and sometimes we need a little help and reminder for that. So I was asked to deliver a message by several of my constituents just to request more police presence, particularly in side roads where a lot of folks still may be displaying poor behavior as they're trying to avoid a lot of the traffic measures that are put in place as those guys are trying to get through. So that's more for our chief than our traffic engineers. But thank you all for continuing to do what you do and doing your best to stay up to code and keep us all safe as best we can. So, and trying to find additional funding to address those gaps where we would like.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the information. I think it's really important to have the projects ready, so if there is a funding, then we can go with that. And I just want to say, after our last meeting, talking about the 15-mile speed limit, I think it was right the next day, we got an email from a concerned parent at Cambridge with a whole lot of information. And just thank you, Brian, for immediately responding and letting people know that is our priority. And this kind of dovetails in with what Councilmember Silva just said. So this is what you're doing on the Public Works Department. At the same time, how can we improve that driver education or get that component needs to be going at the same time? I know people talk about what the police are doing, but how can we all have a united program about Drive Safe Vacaville? Because that's what we need. You can't put this in place without having that education, and people do not obey all the signs just because it's not 25, it's now 15. I don't think that's going to really fix things. And earlier talked about people looking up to other people. Parents need to know when they're cutting across with their kid, it really sets a tone for everybody else. So I just want to have some kind of component for driver education, particularly around schools. Thanks.
So actually, if I can just chime in, STA has their Safe Routes to School program, which they have a fair amount of education. They typically reach out to several schools to see who would be interested in that particular education. We could ask our PIO to actually coordinate what education that STA has already developed for Safe Routes to School, and maybe Joanna could do some campaigns, whether it's on Facebook or whatever other social media.
So the Safe Routes to School, it does, like once a year they come out and they do things. I know they work on it all the time too, but more about how can the schools have pieces for their parent newsletter and things like that. So I think we need to work, the principals are kind of beside themselves too, and the parents. So just how can we as a united work together to get that message out to people?
I agree with that, and maybe a concerted effort this year to really coordinate between the schools. I know sitting on STA, whatever resources can be made available, and from a media release and campaign. Behavior is what it is, and sometimes compliance requires the police department to educate, and there's many ways to educate. So, Mr. City Manager?
I would just like to point out that, yes, we are actually working on a video right now. Our media team is doing just that because we do recognize the importance of that particular subject matter. And I would also agree that the opportunities in our 3x3 and our 2x2s with the school district is another great vehicle to get that word out and share that message with the community. So it's something that we're working on and can absolutely expand.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I appreciate it. I'm not going to repeat anything that my colleagues have already stated, but that each of them did share a couple of my thoughts. I wanted to also share that I actually read Nextdoor and some of the other social media, and right now parents or individuals that are posting, they are talking about the traffic here in Vacaville and the speeders. A huge article or post was in there over the weekend. I have witnessed it. The police, we have traffic officers assigned to each of the districts. I've been in communication with mine, with Brian. Just people are calling, they're concerned, and we had an individual come in this evening, speaking of near Orchard. Speaking of safe school routes for our youth. We may have to communicate with the youth to educate their parents. I mean, I'm serious. May have to go through our youth as we have the teenagers in high school that are beginning to get their driver's license. They can help us. I'm sorry, I'll turn to a youth in a minute. The other thing I wanted to say, I had a meeting in Fairfield today, and at a stop sign, there was a flashing red light right over the stop sign. That was the first time I'd seen that, but it caught my attention. So I don't know if we could use something like that as an enhancement in areas that we're really dealing with runners or speeders. But anyway, just wanted to thank you and share that.
Thank you, Council. I think, it's clear the message on the education piece is a fundamental part of this whole dynamic. Gwen was kind enough several years ago to educate me on the 3 E's, engineering, education, and enforcement. And those are the 3 pillars of good traffic safety and safe movement of vehicular traffic and connections with the pedestrians and bicycles that utilize our roadways as well. So I think having a really concerted effort over the next 12 months, working with the school district and working with our PIO on that educational piece and a real focus on the education part of it. I really like the term. I'd like to copyright it. Drive Safe Vacaville. I love it. I think that's a good way that we can move this message across on the educational piece and hopefully stem the tide of some of that speeding that we do see occurring.
Yeah, let's enlist our community with a good hashtag branding. I like that. Open it up to the public for any comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Really important program, and I'm so glad to see it go forward. But as you know, some of our leaders in the past that eliminated racism and divisive and bias, people like Dr. King, Thomas Sowell, Bob Woodson, Aubrey Shines, all men with melanin-rich skin have opposed this divisive approach to anything, this DEI, as you heard in your presentation, that some of the criteria, and I objected to last year, was the fact that you're looking at demographics and not solely the safety of the kids. Maybe it's an exercise in futility on my part, or maybe it's just a feel-good moment that you're not really doing that, but it's in the city's criteria. Why would my town reintroduce a sin that we thought we got rid of? We thought we got rid of that. And still, the city of Vacaville requires that staff consider the color of skin, their demographics, are they a minority community? They get how many free lunches? I'm begging you, please. We got to stop this. Bringing back those sins. I don't care what color your skin is, how much melanin you have. Segregation and racism comes from all sides. We now have graduations separated based on a percentage of melanin in somebody's skin. It breaks my heart. Whether you're a man of God or not, I don't care, woman of God. If you are, I mean, you better go back and do a little bit of studying. But the city continues to do this, and gosh, I thought we killed it. I thought that evil was gone, and yet we hear people crying it out, this and that. Please, you gotta drop this stuff. This is for the kids' safety. It doesn't matter what color their skin is or how many free lunches that school serves. If you don't believe in God, fine. But for the name of humanity, you got to stop this stuff. This DEI is baloney.
Thank you. Please come forward.
Good evening, everybody. I apologize. I walked out of your presentation, but I came back when they were talking about speed limits and changing it from 25 to 15, which I think is a great idea. I live over by Cooper School, and when school is about to begin or let out, it's pretty crazy. And I don't want to blame the police, the Vacaville police. I love our police, but there has to be negative consequences for negative behavior. And we talk about education, zero tolerance. Just turn the traffic unit loose. And if they have to focus around one school and move to another to get the message out, then so be it. But until we do that, you can change the traffic speed limit down to 10 miles per hour, but without negative consequences for negative behavior, it's not going to mean anything. So as this goes forward, if they do change the speed limits, please, if we can talk with our traffic units of turn them loose. And that would help, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else, I'm going to go ahead and bring this back to the council. And if there was any ability to answer questions as far as the metrics, as far as what is requested for a shovel-ready project and how and why funding that comes may be authorized through the STA has criteria, so our matching criteria.
Thank you for the question, Mayor. So several criteria, again, heavy on the weighted on the traffic engineering side. So the quantitative measures relative to the standards of traffic engineering, accident data, counts, pedestrian counts, bicycle counts, sight distance, all of those factors included within the analysis. But we want to be successful in obtaining these grants. We have a 20 projects that we want to see implemented. And if we are going to be successful in achieving those kind of grants, we need to position ourselves to be competitive. And to be competitive in these grants, you have to be able to show some of these relative criteria items that were mentioned earlier that allows us to be able to move to the top, to be able to get past the first gate in a lot of these reviews so that we can be successful in achieving these goals.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. All right, do I have a motion? Excuse me. So this is information only, so we accept it, but this is the work is going to move forward, and this would also be reviewed and released to STA?
The plans will be included in STA Safe Routes to School plan when they approve it. I've already discussed this with them, and we continue to look for grant funding to basically chunk down the $16 million into a manageable amount.
Right. Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Stockton?
Yes, thank you for the presentation and the work that you did. I recognize that different grants have different criteria that we have to meet. I understand that. I would just ask that you continue to keep us informed if there are areas that this grant money won't cover that jeopardize the safety of any kids anywhere throughout the community. I have no doubt that you would bring that to our attention, just to reiterate that so that the public is aware. So we can find money in other places if there's a need to make sure that kids are getting to school safely and back home as well from school.
Councilmember Silva?
Just to clarify, there's one of the grant funds that's being pursued currently by the City of Vacaville is through a grant program through STA, Solano Transportation Authority, and Solano County Air Quality something. Yeah, I'll say it like a doctor, just scribbled it. But tomorrow, so I'm on that committee, and tomorrow we vote on authorizing some a little over $100,000 to restripe crosswalks and some other features. So out of those 4 schools, based on the criteria, I believe only one of those is what's considered a Title I school. And the other 3 are based on more severe, more concerns of more accident prone based on past data. So within that framework, it still is targeting, more at risk, data-driven decisions. So thank you.
Well, thank you for the presentation, and we'll look forward to any reports back in the future, and I'm sure I'll see some of this at the STA. So thank you. All right, we will move on to item C, the budget study session, part 2. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. And while our budget team is coming before you at this moment, I'll just say that on the last item, we are the only city in the region that is taking this type of proactive approach because we recognize the importance of the subject and the council's desire to be in front of this and work with our community to address the safety of our children going to schools. So my hat's off to the Public Works Department and the council for your support of their efforts. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started on our second part 2 of this year's budget study session process. Next slide, please. I'm joined by our wonderful budget team of John, Leslie, and Ken. But I get to start things off. And just as a reminder, this is where we're at on our budget roadmap process. We'll highlight what we've done to date in just a moment. But tonight, I get to tip off the introduction of our Part 2 budget study session, where we're getting into the things that you see on the list before you tonight. And I get to start things off by talking to you about how do we develop our budget and how do we get there. And so with the next slide, please. So it is a process, as everything that we do here is. The city's budget is comprised of many different pieces, as you can imagine. We have many different departments, what I sometimes refer to as different companies. And that's one of the exciting things about what we do here at City Hall is that we're realistically about 10 or 11 different companies all rolled up into one budget. We rely on the prior year's budget that's supplemented through budget augmentation requests throughout the year. And our main priorities as we go through the budget process is to ensure that we're being responsive to the strategic plan goals and initiatives, that we're addressing immediate and long-term areas of concern, while we're also maintaining and expanding on city programs and services, and most importantly, being fiscally responsible. Next slide, please. For your last year's budget, we proceeded with a fiscally conservative and strategic approach. We did so because inflation and the slowing economy raised caution. We had strong financial reserves to alleviate those concerns, which allowed us to move strategically forward. The budget included continuous work on addressing the big pictures. We were taking a look at foundational and structural issues in our budget. We prioritized immediate needs with recommended augmentation requests. And just as an example of that strategy and being conservative, we only had 4 FTEs compared to 25 FTEs at the prior budget adoption. We constructed and completed multiple Measure M park improvements while addressing community and public safety issues such as traffic signal repairs, Play for All Park, and storm drain construction. And finally, we expanded on community engagement efforts such as the community policing outreach efforts. Next slide, please. For this year's budget, we continue with that fiscally conservative and strategic approach. Our theme is resilience and recovery. Because we do believe that there's opportunity here, but we want to make sure that, again, we're being fiscally responsible while addressing the community's needs and services. So the budget focuses on several areas. We're limiting our new augmentation requests to those essentials for operations and needed at the start of the new fiscal year. Another way of saying this is that we're only asking for what we absolutely must have to continue to keep things running at the level of service that you have come to expect from your city staff. We're also proposing to complete funding for the last 2 district park improvements. This would include Sierra Vista and Alamo Creek. We're utilizing our reserves this time for the first time to maintain existing service levels and programs for the community. And finally, we're continuing to move forward our future initiatives such as growth area planning, biotech, and housing. The reason we're doing that is because we need to invest in our future and continue to move forward. And those efforts need that investment to continue to grow and expand and meet the needs of our growing and expanding community. So with that, that's how we arrived at this year's budget. And now I'll turn it over to John, who's going to walk you through the next pieces of our budget.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. As the City Manager mentioned, this is the second budget study session for fiscal year 24-25. To recap what was covered in the first budget study session held on May 28th, we talked about the budget process and the development of the baseline budgets. As the City Manager mentioned, we talked about the big picture or addressing quality of life, foundational and structural issues within the city, as well as the budget challenges we'll be facing in fiscal year 25. We then moved on to the recommended budget augmentations for the upcoming budget or for the upcoming year, which have been incorporated into the draft budget document, and that can be found on the city's website online. There's also a link in the staff report. We then discussed next year's budget projection for Measure M, and we concluded with the general fund 5-year forecast. For tonight's agenda, we'll start off with a summary of the city's proposed operating budget for fiscal year 24-25. We'll then move on to the department presentations. Each department will highlight their divisions and services provided, any significant changes to the department in the upcoming year, and recommended budget augmentations. We'll pause for questions and comments related to the operating budget, and then from there, we'll move into the capital improvement program budget portion of the presentation presented by Public Works. The next two slides are on the proposed operating budget and how the operating budget is allocated amongst the city's departments. The city's proposed operating budget for fiscal year 25 is $292,593,340. The successor agency's operating budget to pay down the annual obligations of the former redevelopment agency is $6,628,497. The pie chart to the right shows the percentage of the total operating budget that resides within each department for the city. We won't spend too much time on the graph, but we'll start at the top and move clockwise. Elected and administration is at 7%. Categories for administration would include the city manager's office, city attorney, human resources, economic development, and finance. Then we move on to housing and successor agency at 14%, parks and rec at 4%. For Parks and Rec, it's important to note that the pie chart of the operating budget doesn't include large capital improvements, such as the Measure M park improvements. That budget would be included in the capital improvement program budget presented at the end of this presentation. We then have police at 21%, fire at 15%, public works 13%, utilities 22% of the total operating budget, and then community development and non-departmental each at 2% respectively. On this slide, the chart on the left shows the operating budget based on fund type. We'll start with the general fund in the blue. The general fund is the main operating fund for the city. It's also our largest at $157.2 million or 53%. The enterprise funds in gray, which include our utilities operations, sewer and water, and transit, are the second largest at $69.9 million or 23%. Third is the special revenue funds in orange at $65.5 million or 22%. And this would include departments funded by revenues restricted for a particular purpose, such as grants. Examples of departments in this category would be housing and community services and community development. And the last fund is the successor agency at $6.6 million or 2% of the total operating budget. The pie chart to the right is similar to the one shown on the previous slide, but is specifically related to the general fund breakdown. So how that $157.2 million of the general fund budget, how it's allocated out to the departments. Going over the pie chart again, starting at the top, moving clockwise. City administration at 13%, non-departmental 4%, public works 10%, police 36%, parks and rec 7%, and the fire department at 30%. We do have a few call outs on the slide. The most notable is for the fire department. As you can see, the department allocation increased by 3% over last fiscal year. And this is attributed to the 9 positions that were approved by council earlier in the current fiscal year to staff the temporary fire station out at Lagoon Valley. That fire station is estimated to be operational sometime in fiscal year 25. So just to summarize, the total proposed operating budget for fiscal year 25 is just over $292 million, and the general fund portion of that is $157.2 million. The next portion of the presentation will be the department presentations. We'll kick off department presentation with the city attorney's office, and I will now pass it on to our city attorney, Melinda Stewart, to start us off.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. As always, I'm happy to take the opportunity to start off these department budget overviews. Tonight, I'm going to take a quick look back so that we can understand and appreciate where the city attorney's office is and where we're going and how we got there. At the beginning of fiscal year 21-22, the city attorney's office was staffed with 3 attorneys and 1 support staff, and it had been staffed at that level since 1995. Through the council's consistent and well-conceived budgeting actions, and with the support of the city manager, the finance team, and really all of the city departments, the city attorney's office has seen unprecedented growth, doubling in size from 4 to 8 staff positions over the past 3 budget cycles. And you can see how that is, how those staffing positions are allocated on the slide. In the past 3 years, has really been a time of right-sizing for our department and growing our office so that we can accommodate and develop broader relationships with every city department, and so that we have the bandwidth to provide legal services and to meet the legal needs of the council, the commissions, the departments, and the city organization as a whole. Those services are really provided in the context of an ever-changing legal environment. We have federal and state court cases that are issued daily and weekly that impact what we do, attorney general opinions that interpret the laws that impact what we do, and state and federal laws and legislation that are imposed and that change consistently, that change what we do as a department, as an organization, how we advise the city organization. In addition, the increasing number of city staff as a whole and the number of projects the city undertakes every year places increasing demands on our office, as so many of those projects at one point or another funnel through our office. And those services can loosely be categorized into, broken into 3 categories. You see them on the screen: litigation, claims management, and administrative actions, which would include code enforcement and receiverships, things like that. Transactional and legal services, so that's contracts, which we review or prepare hundreds, literally hundreds of contracts a year, development agreements and things of that nature. And then advisory services, where we're staffing council and commission meetings and doing all the prep work for those, preparing and reviewing ordinances and resolutions, and providing legal opinions, either written or legal advice, on a daily basis. So some of the highlights over the past year and looking forward. So looking back, in this past year, we've seen completion of the office remodel. And with a growing staff, we really needed to reconfigure the space to accommodate the staff, and so that our department could function more effectively. Working closely with the Public Works Department, that process started with the design and the planning in fiscal year 23 and was completed, construction was completed, I think, as you're all aware, this past March. And already it's made a great difference in our operations. So currently and looking forward, we continue to provide support for the highlights and priorities of other departments, which you will hear from later, and you'll hear all about some of those priorities, many of which we are assisting with. A couple of the highlights in that regard: we're working on policies and documents to ensure compliance with the Levine Act, which addresses campaign contribution, transparency, disclosure, and refusal. We're working with the Utilities Department on the proposed Mango Materials project out at Easterly. And we continue to work, as always, closely with our Community Development Department on all different types of development projects, a notable one being the East of Leisure Town growth area. Also looking forward and moving forward next year, now that kind of our building phase is winding down, I anticipate spending time on department strategic planning, staff development, and internal training. For so long, we haven't had the ability to really spend time looking forward and being proactive. We've been very reactive. With the additional staff, we will have that opportunity to be proactive. And also, we've been Jacks and I guess Jills of all trades. And now we have the opportunity, and the way we're, the method of allocating our work, we have the opportunity to increase our expertise in certain areas, which will benefit the department and the organization as a whole. So those are a few of the highlights. As for the budget particulars, because of the prior investments and our kind of right sizing, I believe we're in a great position to work with what we have, and so we are not requesting any budget or any budget augmentations this year, any new staff positions. Our department is funded solely by the general fund. We receive no Measure M funding, and our total operating budget is $2.5 million. So if there are no questions, I will hand it over to our Assistant City Manager, Georgianne Mager-Smith. She will present the budget for the City Manager's Office, City Council, Treasurer, and IT.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. The City Manager's Office supports the City Council and departments citywide, and we do have a number of different divisions. The City Clerk Services Division provides City Council support, including compilation and distribution of agenda packets, elections administration and compliance, and manages the official records of the city. A highlight for the upcoming year is the implementation of the Records Management Project, which has been a multi-year project designed to create a citywide plan for record keeping, facilitating document searches and retrieval, ensuring proper retention of records, and improved public transparency, while also reducing costs. Our IT division provides a robust infrastructure that includes network systems, hardware and software, ensuring reliable connectivity and access to vital resources. This critical infrastructure forms the backbone of our work and communication, allowing staff to collaborate, exchange information, and stay connected across departments and remote locations. The IT division offers comprehensive technical support to city staff 24/7, 365 days a year, which extends to maintaining and securing systems, data systems, implementing cybersecurity measures, and safeguarding our sensitive information against unauthorized access and data breaches. Our programs division develops, implements, and supports programs both internal and citywide, such as the Council District Benefit Program, Hometown Hero Program, and our growing Neighborhood Association Program, which aims to foster a sense of community and collaboration among our neighbors. Our program team has also been proactively working on the city's broadband initiative, and we're expecting to hear word in the next few months on if we've been awarded the last mile funding to begin construction. Moving on to public relations, the division's primary objective is to provide and increase community outreach, engagement, and expand the use of translated materials to make sure we're really reaching as many of our residents as possible. We do this through social media, next door, workshops, events, advertising, video, postal mail, email distribution, the city's website, Channel 26, and surveys. You name it, we're doing it, trying to reach the public. Our public relations manager works closely with every city department to tell the story about the services they provide and to engage residents and the business community. Going into fiscal year 25, the public relations team will be wrapping up a refresh of the city's website to give it a new look and feel, but also to make it more mobilely responsive, since we know that the majority of our stakeholders are accessing our city's website that way. The team will also complete a comprehensive community engagement and communications plan, and we anticipate that this plan will include feedback from the council, the community, staff, and stakeholders. It'll establish goals with measurable indicators and will provide an overall roadmap to furthering community engagement. Last but not least, we have our risk management division, who works closely with the city attorney's office to protect city assets through our insurance policies, contract insurance requirements and compliance, record keeping, and working closely with our internal safety committee and departments to proactively reduce loss exposures and provide training. We have one recommended augmentation this year for an IT help desk supervisor. As the city's grown, so has the need for and reliance on technology, and this position will help ensure that we're providing responsive and excellent service. We also have an augmentation for the Tyler Munis software system that we use with our finance team. We continue to have Measure M funding for the Council District Benefit Program, our Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Pilot Program, and our Grant Match Pilot Program. The total budget for all divisions is $7.3 million, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And
thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I don't see any questions at this point, so thank you.
Sure, all right. So next up, we have our Community Development Director, Aaron Morris, to present their budget.
Great, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, members of council. I'm Aaron Morris, your Community Development Director, presenting this year's budget. Our department, my department, your department, consists of 4 main divisions and services. Our planning team has both current planners and advanced planners working on land use permitting, public policy, a lot of zoning updates in the last couple years. Our building division both takes in projects, reviews plans, issues permits, and then ultimately we inspect everything that's under construction, usually multiple times over the life of a project. Administration supports all of us, and then of course I staff the Planning Commission with my team, and we bring a fairly lively and robust agenda to our commission most months of the year. There's a lot to highlight in the year ahead, and these are all projects that some of them have started, some of them will start. I'll just go through these very briefly. We did issue the RFPs for the east of Leisure-Town growth area, specific plan and EIR, and we're right now in the middle of the review of the proposals and selection process, so that project should kick off in July of this year. We continue to implement the 102 action items that were embedded in the housing element that the council adopted last summer. We're bringing you a very large package on June 25th, which will get us caught up and a little bit ahead in a couple things. But there's work ahead this year and next year and for all the years ahead on that project. We've kicked off the work on the inclusionary housing study that the council authorized that you received a presentation on. We've started stakeholder outreach and meeting with development community and community members. It's all like launching this summer. A new initiative that is part of the department's budget is a process improvements initiative. This goal is to improve our development review process, improve the efficiency and predictability of the process. And we have a contractor ready to come on board and lead all of our development review departments, working with our customers, working with community stakeholders to really define areas for improvement and then ultimately create a roadmap to make those improvements. It's a very effective process that I've been involved in before. I think it's going to make a real difference here in Vacaville.
When does that start?
This summer, the contract has been drafted, if the budget gets approved, and I have a lot of things starting this summer, but I'm hoping it's like a July, August kickoff, so we can start having those important conversations. The beautiful thing is Lower Lagoon Valley has finally gone truly vertical. I looked across from the highway and there was wood in the air, so that bodes for a lot of building permit activity. We already are seeing an uptick in tract home construction again, which has been fantastic to see people building homes still in our community where it's slowing elsewhere. But we believe there'll be a tremendous amount of building inspection and plan review work now that our partners in utilities and public works have worked so hard to get everything ready to have construction occur. And then just generally, even though the economy has been a little bit iffy right now in certain ways, we still see strong development activity, strong building permit activity. Building inspections are on the rise right now, building permit activities on the rise. So I feel that bodes well for Vacaville's future, but also means my department will continue to be very busy, along with our other development review partners. We have one recommended personnel augmentation this year, and that is a senior building inspector. Right now, I'm staffed with 2.5 building inspectors for all of the building inspection activity in Vacaville, and it's not enough. This senior inspector will not just be an additional inspector, but they'll help us train and grow the new generation of building inspectors as we've had some staff changes and turnovers. We're basically building a new team, hopefully with some senior experience to help guide that. And then the Northeast growth area, this is the proposed $375,000 investment that the city would put toward launching the planning of the Northeast growth area. Just of note, this is something that will get paid back when development occurs, and or maybe sooner, depending on what other partners we find. And so those are the two augments. I missed one thing. I wanted to highlight that the municipal services review update that came up by a member of the public at the last session, that will be tackled as part of the growth areas planning. That is a necessary activity that has to happen with the specific plan for the east of Leisure-Town growth area. I've had conversations with the developers that are working on that effort. They've agreed to fund it at really no cost to the city. If there is a need for the city to pitch in, I found a little bit of money here and there from my budget that I could throw in to help make it happen, but that is actually something I've secured funding for from the private development community. I don't have any Measure M funding for my department, and the total operating budget is $7.2 million. Does anyone have any questions?
So I understand that correct. That would address the MSR question that came up from before.
Absolutely.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. I see no questions.
Thank you. Okay, and I would like to introduce my colleague, Economic Development Services Director Don Burris.
Great.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Ritchie, members of the council. Don Burris here, Director of Economic Development Services. Very happy to present to you all this evening what our budget could look like in 2025. Our department is probably one of the smallest departments in the city, just myself, and as you saw earlier, Barbara Carr, who is our Economic Development Manager. The two of us try to cover a lot of area when it comes to economic development services. We have multiple strategies that are still in play and some that are coming to an end. Most notably, we're still implementing our biotechnology and advanced manufacturing strategy, and we'll be wrapping up in July the COVID recovery strategy. So we'll be coming back with an end of strategy update for you all and moving forward. We continue with some of our traditional economic development efforts with business retention, expansion, and attraction. One of the things that we'll be doing next year to help increase our work in BREA will be to have an official economic development dashboard. What you all have seen over the last 3 years has been our dashboard that's been very specific to COVID recovery. But now we have the opportunity to have an overall economic development dashboard that will show our residents what our key economic drivers are and what those indicators are, and we'll be able to match and track throughout the year how we're doing from an economic perspective. Very excited about some of the new construction that's happening right now. By the time the council approves a budget, our department will have 3 new buildings in our industrial park that is prime for advanced manufacturing and medical device technology. So we're pretty excited to be able to go out, market those properties, and to be able to bring in more high-value companies and create those high-value jobs. Our attraction efforts in biotechnology has been successful. I think I can say that it's been successful. We just recently returned from the Bio International Conference that was held in San Diego last week. Thank you, Mayor Carley. Thank you, Councilmember Silva, for joining us. I think you both have seen the amount of energy and vibrancy that there is around companies interested in coming to Vacaville and the work that we're doing. Thank you, City Manager Bush, also for your attendance and support. I'd like to thank the entire council for your support in general, because the reality is the success my department has had has come because you have provided us with the resources to be successful, and I definitely appreciate that. Some of the highlights that we're looking forward to in 2025, working very closely with our Public Works Department and with our Community Development team to implement the Downtown Specific Plan. We're in the process now of preparing a retail action plan. Downtown retail is very specific. It is not like the big box retail that we may see at Vaca Commons or at the Nut Tree. Downtown retail is a very specific animal, so we are working with a retail consultant that specializes in downtown retail development. So working with the consultant, we're creating an execution plan that Barbara and I and downtown Vacaville will be able to use to attract the type of downtown merchants that we'd like to have to help create that vibrancy in downtown Vacaville. Recommended augmentations. We do have a recommended augmentation for the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District. This will be, if the council approves, this will be probably the first time in our city's history that we've been able to provide a level of funding that will help that organization actually be influential and good partners with us to do the work that we're trying to accomplish with the Downtown Specific Plan. Measure M funding, we definitely have been using Measure M funding to, one, bolster our advanced manufacturing and biotechnology initiatives as we're in phase 3, which was all about implementation. And then analytics and advertising. We've done a very good job with being able to advertise, get the word out that Vacaville actually is a place to do good business. Vacaville is a great city to raise a family in, and I think our work has been successful. Given the amount of attention that we received last week at the conference, as much as I hate to use this phrase, I think for the rest of the country, Vacaville is kind of on the map now. Our total operating budget is $1 million, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
I don't see any questions, but I do see someone who might make a comment here, but go ahead, Michael.
Well, I guess more request. The request is maybe for City Manager. And I'll come back to council member comments, elaborate a little bit more, but it'd be nice to have an update on our biotech initiative and that video that we were playing, that you guys are playing in the thing. I think we should share that as part of that presentation or somehow in some way.
Well, thank you for the presentation, and again, great work by the team and all that you enlist that makes, you know, the economic development team much bigger than the two of you. You've enlisted a lot of people, and it was our privilege and pleasure to partner with you last week and really see it for our own eyes. So great work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite my colleague, Ken Matsumi, our Director of Finance, to come and present for the Finance Department.
Thanks, Don. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. So for the Finance Department, we have 30 full-time employees. They're spread over the following divisions and administration. That section provides the overall direction to the department. Additionally, it also manages the city's investment portfolio. Our accounting section makes sure that all the transactions throughout the city are recorded properly, and then also create the annual audited financial report. The budget team, 2/3 of the members, which you see at the table, are responsible for putting together the annual budget document and also collaborating with the department on that effort, and then monitoring the budget throughout the fiscal year. In our revenue division, that includes our cashiering section. If you come to City Hall, the front counter, it also includes our utility billing call center, and then also our water meter staff as well. For disbursements, that's the section that issues payments throughout for the entire city, and so they make sure vendors get paid, and those invoices are processed. For highlights for the upcoming fiscal year, several of the key things that we're going to be working on are an update to the service and facilities fee. And so every single year, we've been taking the CPI update. That's going to be an item that we'll be bringing forward to council at the next council meeting to apply the CPI to our services and facilities fee schedule. But the city hasn't had a comprehensive fee study since 2017, and so we're in the process of doing that now. We didn't have it completed for the current fiscal year, but we fully expect to have that wrapped up in the upcoming fiscal year. So that will be a focus for this upcoming year. Additionally, we're also looking at our transient occupancy tax, which is our hotel tax, and our business license ordinances. Those are also two ordinances that haven't seen an update since the early 2000s, and so given that it's been pretty much 20 years since that period of time, we are going to be looking at that to get that with the times, and look at it from an administration standpoint if there's things that we're missing that would make sense to add to the ordinance for council's consideration. And then the last item on here is financial reporting, and so this current fiscal year, we relaunched Socrata. We do these quarterly budget updates, and the focus or the key point here is really with the amount of staff changes that we've had over the past couple of years, really trying to find efficiency in our financial reporting, and also to kind of improve that as well. And so we are kind of looking at ways to improve Socrata, and then also be kind of more timely and efficient with the reports that we get out there as well. We had one recommended budget augmentation for this upcoming fiscal year, and it's the same one that was under the city manager's page, and it is for our citywide software that's used for finance, human resources, and also in public works. Additional funding to make sure that that's continue to run every year. And we have no Measure M funding requests. There are no Measure M funding requests, and it's we also received no Measure M funding in finance, and our total operating budget is $5.6 million. And if there aren't any questions, I'll pass it on to our fire chief.
Thank you. I see no questions. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Here to talk about the fire department real quick, and starting off with the divisions and services. Our biggest division is operations. That's emergency services, which we provide out of five fire stations throughout the city, soon to be 6. And that takes about, while that takes about 90% of our budget, there's still a lot of great work being done by the folks in fire prevention and code enforcement, and they have thousands of positive interactions with the public and provide great service to the public as well. And then in support of the two divisions, operations and fire prevention, we have our admin division as well as our training. As far as the highlights of our budget this year is the apprentice program, and I can't thank the council enough for supporting this great program. We're in the middle of our standards of cover study, as many of you know, and the consultants that are currently doing their site visits, we had good conversations with them, and he commented to me that we have something here that a lot of fire departments want and can't have. Pretty proud of that. And just a real quick update of the first class of apprentices that started last year. We've already promoted 2 of them to full-time firefighter EMTs, and they're providing minimum staffing to the city already. We anticipate we're going to have 1 more EMT and 1 more. It's actually a paramedic that is going to be eligible for and ready to be promoted sometime in the September timeframe. And then happy to report that 3 of our apprentices that started last year were accepted into paramedic school. It's a competitive process to get in, so they start paramedic school actually in July, and they will be done sometime mid next year. And we actually already have 1 of our apprentices that will be finishing paramedic school this December, and hopefully will be ready to be promoted into 1 of our spots sometime early next year. So lots of good things happening in our apprentice program, and we're in the process of onboarding the next class of apprentices to backfill the folks that are getting promoted into our full-time spots. And then as far as the reason that we're having another academy in October is because of the Lagoon Valley that added 9 additional spots. So we're in the middle of the recruitment for that. So if anyone is eligible to apply, we're looking for good paramedics, and we need 10 of them at least for this next class starting in October. Applications or the application process is open until July 1st at 5:30 p.m. So get your applications in. As far as the augmentations, our fire marshal is finally going to get her fire prevention supervisor that we've been asking for the last few years with all the development that's happening. Fire prevention and our plans checker is almost always overwhelmed with the amount of plans checks and inspections that they have to do. So this is a much needed position that we've been bending as much as we can, and we don't want to break our fire marshal. So the other augmentation that we're asking for is hand-heavy software. This is a minor, a small ticket item that's extremely important, that it'll be software that helps with paramedic protocol and also with pediatric dosages for the medics. It's difficult to calculate pediatric dosages on the run, so this software does it for them to minimize any medication errors. As far as Measure M funding, I already talked at length about our apprentice program that's going really well. Our neighborhood cleanup pilot program, as you know, we've upped that to 2 times a year, and we get a lot of positive comments. It's great to see the before and after of these neighborhoods and the volunteerism that happens along with all of that stuff. So real good things. The property abatement pilot program, and then the fireworks. We transferred some of the money from the property abatement program to fireworks prevention program, and if I hope you noticed that there are a lot more fireworks signs throughout the city. I know on my way to work, I'm looking at several of them. So I'm hoping people are paying attention that all fireworks are illegal in the city of Vacaville. So. And our total operating budget for this year is $45.3 million, and that concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
I do see a question. Councilmember Wiley?
This is probably just for the finance department, so I understand going forward. So at the beginning, we looked at the pie charts, and you said there was an increase to fire. So this total operating budget that we see on everybody's slide, is this with the 3.3% increase?
So what you're seeing on the slide is the total fire budget. What John was referring to with the 3% is that if you were to look at the pie chart of the general fund and compare it to last fiscal year, fire's portion of the pie went up by 3%.
Oh, I see.
That's what that's referring to.
All right, and so the number on the total operating budget, that's what is being proposed or discussed for the budget for next year, for the
For
coming
that
year?
particular department, correct.
And then, like, how much of the, has that section changed from last year? Like for all of them? So are they pretty much the same as last year, the total operating budget? Or that's my question.
Sure, so it's going to vary by department. I want to say if we're just looking at the general fund in total, it's about a 2.1% increase from the revised budget for the current fiscal year. If we were to go back a year ago and look at what was proposed for the general fund at this time last year, it's about a 4.6% increase in 25 compared to 24's budget, adopted budget.
Because then we did add quite a few positions back, and now we're augmenting only the things that are deemed as kind of essential. And so depending on what the augmentations are would be how much the operating budget changed from last year to this year. So if someone didn't have many augmentations, there wouldn't be much change from last year. Is that a fair statement?
It'd be a combination. I mean, there's going to be augmentations, but there are also things that are outside of our control. For example, if PG&E goes up, like indirect costs, those rates are going to increase. Things with CalPERS, with pension, if those rates go up, then we budget for that in fiscal year 25. We also, in the first budget study session, we had mentioned on the service and supplies budget that we apply a CPI increase, and so that was 2.6%. So those things, even if a department didn't have a specific position ask, the budget's going to increase for those things.
I see. And so the salaries for the people in that department are part of the total operating budget?
Yes, that's all inclusive.
Okay, thank you. Just clarification.
And Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, I think I ask this probably every time we go over this, but how much are we recuperating in returns from our ambulance services that the fire department is bringing in? Because I know it doesn't go back to their budget, it goes to the general fund, correct?
Go ahead.
Sure. So the fire department is part of the general fund, so the money does come to the general fund, but fire department gets credit for that. And then as far as the amount that comes in for ambulance, it's over $6 million.
Okay, and so that's already worked into this 45.3%?
Yes. So if on the budget page on the website, there's going to be a section that shows the 45.3 million and sort of how is that offset. So for every department, if they're bringing in revenue, for example, the fire department has the paramedic tax, they have ambulance, you'll see that number in the budget document, and then you'll see sort of what's the delta or the difference that's being covered by sales tax, property tax, like the rest of the general fund. So that's listed on each department page.
Okay, and then the only other thing that I had, Chief, is I know you briefly went over training. I know that for me, one of the really important things coming up with this biotech initiative is getting that ISO 1 rating. I know that requires training centers. I know that requires you know, some training as it relates to some of the materials and stuff that they utilize in those facilities, as well as, you know, the increase in electronic vehicles and stuff that we're experiencing with that. So I hope that if you do need additional things to kind of get us there, that you let us know.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation.
And I believe the next person I'm calling up is Emily Cantu.
Good evening. Happy to be here to present the Housing and Community Services budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Our department has 4 divisions, basically, with our administration doing office management and the administrative duties. Last year, our front desk staff saw or talked to on the phone over 20,000 citizens and helped them. So they do an amazing work. Our housing division includes our housing authorities for both Vacaville and Solano County, our affordable housing programs and activities, and our HUD Housing Counseling Certified Agency. Community Services is our smaller grant programs like the Community Development Block Grant. We are administrating the ARP and nonprofit grants that the council approved, and also the Cap Solano Joint Powers Authority goes through that division. Some special projects would be the successor agency winding down the redevelopment agency, and the state parks grant for Brown Street, and also projects such as the Mariposa Neighborhood Center improvements. Highlights for next year are negotiating new affordable housing developments. We're working through an exclusive negotiating agreement with Van and Road, for example, city-owned property. And later in the summer, there'll be a request for proposals per your direction for city-owned property on Orange Drive. We're going to implement grant management software. We have a lot of grants. You can see our operating budget, and our department is grant funded. So we're going to have a system implemented that can more efficiently manage our grants versus spreadsheets. So we're really excited to be able to implement that this year. Then tying into the recommended augmentation for the department, which is the housing administrator position, is the work to implement the housing element. So that position will serve as the housing coordinator, which is called out in the housing element to be implemented, to work with affordable housing and other developers to bring the desired mix of housing types that we want in the city. They'll also implement things like the shared housing program that we've been wanting to work on. And they'll also be doing other duties and overseeing some of our grant programs. And with that, that triggers the need to clean up another suite over at the Eldridge Complex, Suite 10. We need some space. We're currently in every nook and cranny that we have in the suites that we're occupying. So we're gonna clean that up, make it habitable, and move some of our folks over there. No Measure M funding, and our total operating budget is $42.6 million. Any questions, or I'm gonna pass it to the human resources.
There is a question here. Yeah, Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you for the updates on your budget. Where does, I guess I better turn to the city manager. Where does homeless, we've been saying we're gonna have to talk about our homeless unsheltered population, and we were using the warming center, and it was mentioned that we're going to have to discuss a permanent situation for that. Does that fall under housing, or where in the budget?
So that will be forthcoming in just a moment under non-departmental.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure. I didn't know where it would come from.
And just for clarification, for those who are here or watching, help everyone understand where that 36 million comes from.
Sure, yeah, thank you for the question. So our biggest grant-funded programs are our HUD Section 8 rental subsidy programs. Vacaville's total is about $24 million a year to run that program, and Solano County is about $4 million, so those are the biggest. And that also includes the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, where we help participants on Section 8 to become self-sufficient, improve their education, get higher paying jobs, and some of them also eventually end up buying homes, which is exciting to see. And then about $8 million would be the affordable housing projects. So we have many for current approved projects like Allison Drive and Oak Grove are included in there. Our CDBG, JPA, and kind of that smaller stuff makes up about the $8 million.
Just trying to make some clarification. Sometimes the slide may not reflect where the money comes from, and it is pass-through dollars. It comes from other forms of taxes and revenues that we manage, and appreciate all the management that you and your team do. Right. Now you can pass it on.
I wasn't finished.
You weren't finished, so she's
Thank
sorry.
you. That was the part 2. Suite 10 cleanup. How much will you, or will we be spending on that cleanup? Because you're in need, in my opinion, you're in desperate need of better facilities. And I know it was part of a proposed project that may not take place. So how much would we be investing in this cleanup?
we're setting aside about $100,000 of grant funding. Our administrative allowances under some of our grant programs allow, you to spend it on office improvements, for example. Some of that is coming from Cap Solano Joint Powers Authority administrative fund allowances, and then our Housing Authority administrative dollars are funding that as well.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Further questions? And now I'll pass it to Human Resources presentation, which is going to be done by Assistant Director of Finance, Leslie Hoover.
Thank you, Emily. I am going to be stepping in for Jessica Bowe's absence tonight and going over the Human Resource Department. Their divisions and services include admin, payroll and benefits, recruitment and classification, workers' compensation and safety, labor and employee relations. Some of the highlights for their upcoming budget year is additional funds needed for public safety and mental health and wellness sessions, which is an augmentation request for them. And then they will also be embarking on labor negotiations with 7 of the 9 groups, so they will be very busy with that in the upcoming fiscal year. The recommended augmentations, one of them again that I just mentioned was the public safety wellness, in addition to Tyler Munis software system that pertains to their department. They do not receive any Measure M funding, and their total operating budget is $3.6 million. And if there's any questions on that, I could take that, or we're going to move on to non-departmental. So non-departmental is the budget for operating costs, which are general in nature and don't fit or live within one particular department. Some of the divisions we have are general, our radio system, homeless service, Measure I library subsidy. Some of the highlights is we've talked about from budget study session number 1 is we're going to be pausing the $2.2 million of additional payments to CalPERS. Some one-time items that we have this year are our records retention plan, community engagement plan, website redesign, cybersecurity, our sidewalk repair program, and then also looking into updating our purchasing policy. For recommended augmentations, we have the 2024 election, which we had $310,000 for that. We discussed in budget study session number 1 the large increase for humane animal resources, and that's $300,000 in the new fiscal year. And then as well, there are some funds for our Tyler Munis accounting software system as well. For Measure M funding, we do have our homeless services, which I'll talk about in our next slide. And then the total operating budget for non-departmental is $5.6 million. And with that, we'll move on to discuss homeless. So this came up with budget study session number 1 of how much does the city spend on homelessness. It is through various departments through the city, mainly with housing and community services, non-departmental, and the police department. The total budget is roughly $6.6 million, and we'll start off with housing and community services with $3.4 million from their various grants. A large part of it is the housing vouchers at $1.6 million. Then through the community, the CDBG funds and the low mod income housing funds, as Emily stated earlier, to Cap Solano and the JPA and the coordinated entry. And then as well as they had some ARPA funds with the Opportunity House of $200,000. In non-departmental, we do have the ongoing annual services, and this is for a total of $372,000 each year. We have shelter beds, temporary assistance for hotel rooms, homeless site remediation for public works and the police department, as well as mental health outreach. And then in our police department, they have $2.9 million. The first part of this is related to our crew unit and the staffing costs for them at roughly $960,000. We also have our Family Resource Center in the police department, and the staffing costs for that is about $832,000. And then they also receive various homeless prevention grants at about $1.1 million. And again, that is a total of $6.62 million regarding the city's funded homeless efforts. With that, I could take any questions if there's any additional follow-up.
I see no questions, so thank you.
Thank you. So we will move on to Parks and Recreation, and we'll have Assistant City Manager Georgianne Mager-Smith.
Hello again. I'm happy to be here as your interim Parks and Recreation Director also. The Parks and Recreation Department offers a wide range of recreational programming and special events for residents of all ages and abilities, as well as operates the city's 3 community centers, neighborhood centers, aquatic centers, sports centers, parks, and performing arts theater. Some of the programming we offer includes before and after school programs, preschool, aquatics, summer camps, youth and adult sports, gymnastics, active aging, cultural arts, and adaptive recreation. The department is also responsible for park planning, department marketing, the Park and Recreation Commission, the Arts Advisory Committee, and oversight of park and recreation projects. And we do have some project highlights for you. The Lagoon Valley Dog Park and Archery Range improvement projects are expected to start construction this summer. The much-awaited Trower Park Improvement Project is expected to start construction in late fall. Funding for the audiovisual equipment upgrades at Ulatis Community Center and the stage floor replacement at the Vacaville Performing Arts Theater are included in the proposed CIP budget for Parks and Rec. And some program highlights for you as well. The Creek Walk Concert Series starts this week on Friday. Whiskey and Honey is the band. We hope to see you out there. And we usually try to bring in a bigger name act for the end of the concert series. And this year we'll feature a dual lineup with Tri-City DJs and Club Nouveau on August 18th. So get your tickets soon. The department is also excited to bring a multicultural art festival to the community in May of 2025. And that'll aim to bring together cultures that make up our city through music, performances, art, and food. We don't have any recommended augmentations for you this year. Measure M will continue to fund the Youth Recreation Scholarship Program in the amount of $150,000. The scholarship amount has been fully allocated every year since its inception and has helped to increase equity and access to recreational programming in our community. Measure M will also fund the second city-hosted Merriman on Main Tree Lighting Festival in upcoming year, this year. And 4 full-time paid staff are paid through Measure M. The total operating budget is $11 million. And if you don't have any questions, we have next our Police Chief, Ian Schmutzler.
Thank you. Good question. Hold on. Sorry.
Hold on a second.
2 questions. So I know a lot of times, maybe just describe some of the challenges of staffing for Parks and Rec services and how, are there any efforts to recruit, particularly our youth, to engage in those?
Sure. I mean, recruiting part-time youth has always been a challenge. And so one of the things we do is we've actually started doing some kind of one-day recruitment fairs. So we send out notices to all of our high schools and out through social media, and we'll have a hiring fair. So we'll have maybe 2 or 3 hours at a community center, and we'll just have folks lined up ready to come in, complete their applications and apply right on site. And sometimes we're making offers right there. So we're really trying to kind of streamline the process and go get folks on board as soon as we can.
And then how much would you say there's like some type of mentorship or like professional development within those roles of the teams?
So for the younger, our younger staff, we definitely work to, mentor and grow them up and, kind of taking an approach where we're looking to see what their interests are, what kind of fields they want to move into, and trying to assign them tasks and roles that kind of align with that. So really lots of mentorship. We do a lot of training, professional development within the department. So we're always looking to train and mentor staff because we want them to come back in future seasons and just want to, bring them into the field of recreation as a career.
And then last question, approximately how many are on the wait? Is there a wait list? And if there is a wait list for the youth scholarship program, about how many are on there?
No, I don't have that number off the top for you right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for having me to present this year's budget, our highlights from last year, as well as what we're looking at this year. As you can see from the slide, we have a lot of divisions and services in the department. We have a total of 194 full-time positions at the department. We do have a lot of acronyms, as you can see. VICE, CIT is Crime Impact Team. Next is Special Victims Unit, Youth Services Section, Community Response Unit, Family Resource Center. First is too long to say right now. Property and Evidence. So PAL, obviously we all know PAL. So just by way of some background, in 23-24, the primary goals of the department were to leverage community support, increase staffing, utilize crime-fighting technologies, and increase retailer involvement to address the national trend of retail crime while continuing to prevent and investigate violent crime. Community support has been fostered by maintaining a robust community engagement program. Police department employees have participated in approximately 70 community engagement events thus far in this fiscal year. These events include the PAL Junior Giants program, National Night Out, back to school visits at all Vacaville and Travis Unified School District campuses here in the city, our Halloween stroll, Community Law Enforcement Academy, and there's several others. As you all recall, we were having significant staffing issues a few years back, and thanks to the vision of the council and others, the department has onboarded 12 police officers just in this fiscal year. Additional officers were onboarded in the previous fiscal year, again, thanks to the actions of the council. We have 1 police officer trainee, 3 community service officers, and 2 public safety dispatchers, which significantly reduced the previously high number of vacant positions. So now kind of moving on to our highlights. One of the focuses that we have is modernizing technology, as well as our RTIC. So when it comes to technology, with the gains and the full staffing that has been provided due to the increase in staff, especially lateral staff, we've been able to restore a position with our digital evidence unit. We had 1 investigator in that unit previously, but digital evidence has become increasingly crucial in criminal investigations, and additional software and equipment is required, necessitating a budget augmentation request of about $22,000. We did have a detective assigned to the NC3TF, another great acronym, the Northern California Computer Crimes Task Force, who is now back in-house with us. So he is part of our digital investigations unit here in-house with all of his expertise, as well as this technology. It really enhances our ability to solve crimes because, let's face it, just about every crime involves some sort of technology, whether it's phones or other applications. There's a lot of evidence that's to be gathered. Alongside digital evidence, physical evidence remains crucial in criminal investigations due to the California Department of Justice's inability to conduct DNA testing on most physical evidence. It's not so much the inability, it's the inability to do it within a reasonable amount of time. A lot of times we would submit DNA or blood evidence to the Department of Justice, and it would take anywhere from 9 months to a year to get hits back. So not what we expect here in Vacaville. So the department has been relying on a single private lab for testing, which has resulted in several successful arrests in the past year alone due to DNA. To continue this vital testing, the department is requesting an increase of $15,000. The RTIC. So we've heard a lot about the RTIC. So it was conceptualized in the 2023-24 fiscal year. We've been anticipating this. We did get a grant from the State Bureau of Community Corrections, BSCC, Bureau of State and Community Corrections, for $4.4 million, and we've been working hard since then to get this RTIC up and running. It's approaching the construction phase at this time, with operations set to follow immediately afterwards. And the mission of the Real-Time Information Center is to serve as a hub for integrated real-time analytics, enhancing situational awareness and response capabilities, and increasing case solvability. So those are kind of two of the highlights, for this next fiscal year. Augmentations, community service officer for the ARTIC, the Bureau of State Community Corrections Organized Retail Theft Prevention Grant, allows for that. And so we will be receiving that CSO. The testing is actually taking place shortly for that position. They'll be responsible for monitoring live and recorded camera feeds from both city-owned, private, and business inputs, mobile cameras, assets that are deployed throughout the city, and they will actively search for real-time camera assets and provide real-time situational awareness updates using our police radios and other available technology platforms to respond to resources, both routine and priority calls for service. The CSO will also aid in intelligence gathering through searches of various investigative databases for pertinent information on vehicles, suspects, and the like. Measure M funding, the FRC and PAL programs, has been definitely a focus on youth development. Our PAL program has expanded tremendously. The number of kids that are being served by PAL has in kind expanded tremendously. So we're looking forward to additional programming in this upcoming fiscal year. And the FRC services are related and to a large degree to our homeless population and to prevention of those who are sort of on the edge and need basic needs assistance. Our FRC is critical in keeping those folks from becoming, statistics and numbers that are included in our homeless population. Our total operating budget is $61.4 million. And on the next slide, I believe, you will see, or are you handling that?
I already talked about that.
Okay, never mind. You already seen that slide, so I'll go ahead and answer any questions if you have them.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and the work. I'm excited to see the ARTIC up and running, so appreciate it.
Next, we're going to have our Public Works Department with Brian McLean.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Director Brian McLean, Public Works. We are a department of approximately 120 full-time staff, all dedicated individuals, problem solvers, each and every one of us. We are organized into 4 divisions. The engineering division has 3 sections. That's our capital improvement group, our CIP group, who designs and produces the plans for our projects. Then we have our construction group, which takes the plans from the CIP unit and goes through and actually has those construction plans implemented. So we have our CIP's total cycle right there. And then we have our land development unit, which is where we do subdivision improvement agreements, where we do encroachment permits, where we do property line adjustments, and a number of other land development type of engineering and technical work. Then we have our traffic safety, our traffic engineering group, which is, you heard earlier, Gwen Owens and her team, where we manage the safety network and the roadway network for the city of Vacaville. Her group manages 74 intersections and thousands of traffic safety control devices across the city. After that, we have our maintenance unit, where we have parks, we have streets, we have facilities, we have our central garage, we have our central stores, and we also house our public transit system, Vacaville City Coach. So a lot going on in maintenance with the ever-increasing size of the city. Those number of assets and the maintenance of those assets continues to grow. And then finally, in administration, that's where we do the strategic planning for the department. It is also the location where we have our Office of ADA, our Americans with Disability Act, as well as our newly formed Office of Energy Conservation and Sustainability. And that was part of the ENGIE project that you heard a couple of meetings ago. After that, we have highlights some big highlights coming up. We, as you know, in April of this year, we started construction of the much anticipated phase 2 of the Jepson Parkway project. We expect that project to move swiftly through over the next several months, and we're looking forward to completion in the summer of next year, 2025. We've also made a tremendous number of enhancements to our capital improvement group workflow program to improve the output. Our objective there is to work through more of our CIP projects in a more efficient and productive manner. So we've been making strides to make that happen. We've also finally been putting quite a bit of focus on staff development, succession planning, and ensuring that the next generation of Public Works employees have the tools that they need to be able to continue forward with a robust and reliable Public Works and the can-do attitude that represents my department. In terms of recommended augmentations, we've got 3. The first is a streets manager. We have 17 staff in our street section out in the maintenance, and we have no manager. We're managing, or with no manager, we're trying to manage the 700 lane miles of asphalt across the city, hundreds of miles of city-owned creek, events. So many of the city events that occur downtown, that's the streets section that is working, doing the barricades and doing the detour signs and et cetera. So we're really looking for some productivity improvements, some organizational sustainability in that unit with that streets manager. The USA position allocation is an adjunct from a situation with the state that affected both my colleague, Justin Cole, and the Utilities Department and Public Works, in that the water and sewer staff, who for 20-something years were associated within the Public Works Department, were required by regulation to move out of Public Works and into the Utilities Department. With that, the USA is the underground service alert. So there's 3 basically utilities, underground utilities, that the city owns: the water, the sewer, and then the storm drainage. Storm drainage is Public Works. And so this augmentation request is to help Public Works ensure that we're working with our utilities partners and funding that underground service alert service. And then finally, the State Water Resources Control Board, that's the MS4 permit. This is entirely a regulatory permit related to storm drainage and the city storm system and maintaining compliance. The bulk of that entire $71,000 in that particular augmentation request is the fees for the permits. And then a very small amount of public outreach funds to, again, maintain compliance with the permit. Moving on to Measure M funding, there's a few of them here. Play for All Park maintenance. The Play for All Park, essentially the operating budget is housed within the Measure M fund, and so that's where we make sure that the park is pristine every day for the public's use. The Walter Graham Aquatic Center, so this is funding for deferred maintenance at the Walter Graham Aquatic Center, as well as chemicals and other materials and supplies to keep the pool systems moving and going and flowing. And then finally, traffic safety and striping. There's $50,000 here in Measure M that helps our maintenance division put down more lane miles of striping and traffic graphics for better traffic control throughout the city. Finally, the operating budget for the Department of Public Works is $37 million. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, but appreciate all the work you and your team do.
I'm going to introduce my friend and colleague, Justin Cole, Director of Utilities.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Justin Cole, Utilities Director. Tonight, the first fund, the Utilities Department manages 2 funds within the Utilities Department. The first one is our water fund. We acquire, treat, and deliver safe, clean drinking water to our Vacaville residents. To do that, we have the following divisions, sections. It's water operations, maintenance, water quality, our administrative folks, utility engineering, meter readers, cross connection, water distribution, and water conservation. Some of the highlights For our budget this year is a operational cost of increased 1.4 million. On the most of that is associated with the MBR regional North Bay Regional Water Treatment Plant that's co-owned with the City of Fairfield through a JPA agreement. It's about $830,000 increase associated with that. That's staffing, power, and electricity costs are a majority of those increases. We also have additional $455,000 in PG&E costs associated with additional rate increases from PG&E. We have additional challenges when it comes to regulation within the state. Besides the Bay Delta Plan, which the council is very aware of, is the Regional Water Quality Control Board just unanimously approved for adoption a Chrome 6 MCL of 10. It's a readoption of what was adopted several years ago, then rescinded, and now it's back. It should go to the Legislative Affairs Committee later this year, presumably October, for full implementation with a compliance window of 2 years for an agency of our size. We're looking at about $60 million for treatment at 5 well facilities over that 2-year period. As part of the strategy to offset potentially some of the costs for treatment at the Chrome 6 facilities and meet future water demands is the expansion of the MBR facility. So we're kicking off a project with the City of Fairfield. We've been meeting with the Fairfield Public Works Department. And this year we'll basically commence a plan to identify how big and how much of a treatment plant expansion we'll have over there. We preliminarily are looking at doubling the size of the plant for Vacaville's use. We have 13.3 million gallons per day capacity. We'll go up to about 26.6 million gallons per day capacity. Recommendation augmentations, there's none. We received no Measure M funding. Water conservation, I think it's important to note, has reduced consumption. Water conservation is a way of life, the state is saying, and it's working. And we're seeing the benefits and the side effects of that. Obviously, we're in the business of selling water, so when people use less, we have less revenues. Our total operating budget that we're proposing is $26.5 million, which is relatively flat from last year. Yes. So in talking to the city manager and the finance director, we thought it'd be good to present a slide similar to what was done with the general fund, showing our revenues, our expenditures, and kind of our operating reserves. As you can see, our revenues remain flat, and our operating expenses increase over time, which creates a situation where our reserve is decreasing and actually goes negative on this chart. The last rate increase for water was in 2020, so we've been out without a rate increase for the last 4 years. We currently have a rate study in progress for water, which will be completed later this year. I can take questions now, or I can do the sewer one.
Why don't you go ahead and do the sewer one?
Okay. So our sewer fund, we collect, treat, and safely discharge Vacaville's wastewater and biosolids back into the environment. And to do that, it's several of the same divisions, except for it's wastewater or sewer-centric. We have our wastewater operations and collections, and we have a pretreatment group, or the 3 different sections within there. The highlights, our additional operating costs have increased by 1.1 million. The major increase for those is associated with chemical costs. Over half of that, 1.1 million, is chemical cost increase. There are some opportunities or some highlights that we have that we're looking forward to help with the budget challenges with the sewer side. We are currently in the middle of constructing a solar project. We actually did a complete shutdown of our facility today and transferred over to generator power so we can make the tie-in hopefully sometime this summer. That's a 4 megawatt system, which will reduce our electric bill. We roughly have over $1 million annually electric bill with PG&E out at the wastewater treatment plant. Mango Materials, we're building a partnership with them. They're looking to expand beyond their pilot facility and build what they call their launch facility. And there may be an opportunity to lease some of the property to Mango Materials and sell some of the biogas for increased revenue into the sewer fund. Recommendations, recommended augmentations, we have none. Measure M funding is none. Also noteworthy is we have an annual debt service of $7.1 million, which covers 4 loans for the expansion of our treatment plant. They're all state revolving fund loans. And recently, with a recent DIF adoption, there has been an opportunity for development impact fees, which we collect for new developments within the city to pay a portion of those fees. So instead of the operation and maintenance budget covering the 100%, the 7.1 million, those costs can be split between DIF and O&M fees. Our total proposed operating budget this year is 39.1 million, which is again relatively flat from the previous year. This is a similar slide, just outlining the sewer fund with the revenues, expenditures, and again, showing the decreasing reserve. The major difference here is that the sewer fund is much healthier than the water fund. It comes from a place with a much healthier reserve initially, and you can see that decrease even though there is that healthy reserve associated with that fund. And it's the same story. Expenses continue to go up, revenues are flat, and the last rate increase for the sewer fund was over a decade ago in 2014, and that rate study is going on right now, hopefully completed later this year.
Appreciate the presentation, and clearly no one likes to see an increase, but rate studies are important, and that graphic shows a pretty good indication of that. When you know more about the Chrome 6 legislation, it's probably a good idea to come back to the council, help us understand the alternatives to a $60 million impact. And, one last thing is for the record, did the glory hole spill over this year?
It did not.
That's right. Most people don't know it, but it never spilled. But that's not a bad thing for Vacaville.
No, it's a great thing.
Could you explain that? Why it's a great thing?
So we get an allocation of water every year associated with our Solano project water, which is stored in Lake Berryessa. In March of every year, we get it's a new water year. So everything that wasn't used in the previous year, we call carryover. So we get an allocation of 6,750 acre feet. If we use a portion of that, whatever's left over gets carried over, and that's available in subsequent future years. The way they kind of clean the books or erase the carryover is when the glory hole spills. So if the glory hole were to spill this year, all of the carryover, which we have is roughly around 10,000 acre feet right now, would be lost and basically carried out through the delta.
Thank you. The lone facts, but sometimes it's good to get them out. So appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. That, I think I'm turning it back over to Ken.
I see we're on our last slide.
This is the last slide for the operating part. So there is a part 2 where it's the CIP budget. And so before we pass it on to Public Works, if there's any kind of last follow-up questions before we vacate the table, we'll be happy to take those.
Councilmember Silva?
I don't know if it's the right time, but actually I know it's not the right time, but a grant, having some type of grant writer, kind of curious to just at some point having some conversation to see if that would be valuable to staff, to have somebody focus on those efforts and staff focus on getting work done. So I don't know if that's to come. It's to come. Thank you.
Councilmember Chapman?
Thank you. I don't think I missed it, but I may have. I doubt it. Measure M, annual revenue. Okay. The annual amount that we receive. So the revenue we receive from Measure M. Can we receive that total amount? Because some of the departments, they're receiving no funds from Measure M, and there are others that are receiving, but we didn't receive how much of Measure M went into their annual budget. So is it possible to get Measure M and then a breakdown of where the funds, how much of the funds are allocated to the various departments?
Yes, it's actually in the budget document. So we have 2 separate pages, well, multiple pages in there, but there is one page specifically related to Measure M where it shows how much money we're anticipating getting in the upcoming year, and then how much of that is going to like salaries and benefits versus being transferred to different projects. And then within each department page, I had mentioned that when we had the fire presentation, that there's a section of the budget page where it mentions if any of the departments are receiving revenues, it breaks that down. It also breaks down if they're receiving any Measure M funding, how much Measure M funding or how much of their budget is being funded by Measure M. And so each one of those are on the department pages. We can definitely summarize it and bring it in the kind of the wrap-up session, but it's in the budget document.
Okay. Just to keep me from having to go to each department's budget and break it down,
Sure.
pull it out.
We can put something together for the last one, the adoption meeting.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead and proceed to the next portion of the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Brian Oxley, Assistant Director of Public Works, to discuss the capital improvement program budget for fiscal year 24-25. This year's CIP budget is approximately $30.9 million, and this chart shows the proposed percentages of various funds being allocated to projects from the proposed budget. Impact fees are the largest fund source with 54%. Utility funds include 10% for sewer and 4% for water. Gas taxes 15%, Measure M 14%, and general fund grant and other funds make up the remaining 5%. This slide shows the amount of available development impact fees for the budgeting over the last 5 years. These fees are directly correlated to the amount of private development within the city, and the DIF funding that is available for projects for this fiscal year is approximately $17.6 million. This is approximately less than half of the amount collected over the last 3 years. This slide shows the amount of general funding that is allocated for CIP projects over the last 5 years. And as you can see, the amount of general fund utilized for CIP projects for this fiscal year is approximately $680,000. And please note that this amount does not include any Measure M funds. Of the $30.9 million proposed for allocation in this budget, $1.4 million is proposed to fund 7 new CIP projects, and I'll share just a few details of some of those projects. There's $150,000 of gas tax is budgeted for ongoing replacement and upgrades to traffic signal components and systems. There's $150,000 in general funds to be allocated to the Alamo Creek Bank Stabilization Project for preliminary engineering work on the recent bank failure in Alamo Creek. We have 2 new utility projects, the Allison Parkway Trunk Sewer Upgrade and the DIF 54 Phase 2 Trunk Sewer Improvements. Both projects received initial funding to upsize existing trunk sewers. And those are going to be utilizing the sewer connection impact fees. The Allison Parkway project received $150,000 and the DIF 54 received $200,000. The remaining $29.5 million being proposed in the budget will be allocated to 34 existing CIP projects, and I will highlight a few of those. One of our largest CIP projects is the Browns Valley Parkway Widening Project. This will be widening the parkway and making improvements from Vacaville Parkway down to Allison Drive. The budget is proposing to allocate approximately $5 million of traffic impact fees to the project. The budget also includes an allocation of $200,000 of traffic impact fees to the Lattice Creek Bike Path Extension Project. The path or the bike path will begin near the existing path at Lattice Creek, the Cultural Center on Allison Drive, and will continue along the Lattice Creek under I-80 and continue to the downtown area. The budget provides approximately $800,000 of open space preservation impact fees that will go towards the Calagiri and Pleasance Valley open space projects for initial funding of improvements to these existing open spaces. We also have an allocation of Measure M funds that will go towards the Sierra Vista Park and Alamo Creek Park. And we also have park impact fees for the initial funding to begin design of the Vanden Meadows Park, and park impact fees to reimburse the developer for the construction of the Roberts Ranch Park. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Silva.
Just a quick question. Can you go back, I think, 2 slides?
Let me see. Which slide? I'm sorry.
One more. So like, for example, on this, like, it says traffic impact fees. Are those fees restricted to go to traffic measures? Can it go to other type of CIP projects?
No, they're specifically for traffic impacts from development.
Thank you.
I'll just follow up with a question on that slide, though. Any indication of that project that's a little over $5 million towards that, when you anticipate that project happening?
We will actually start beginning design this year. So we will later this fall, as it falls in the workload, we will have an engineer assigned and get a consultant on board and begin that preliminary work and the environmental work this year.
And then with the other project as well?
The Lattice Creek, that one, we are getting that initial funding set aside.
Setting aside that.
Yeah, we're just setting that aside. One of the main things we want to do is go after grant funding, because that's going to be an expensive little project. So we're going to be going after grant funding. That's one of the first things we'll be looking at.
It's just trying to understand where that fits on the radar. So thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate the presentation. All right, Mr. City Manager, or did you have something else? Okay, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that concludes the presentation for part 2 of the budget study session. I know it took a little bit of time, but as you saw at the beginning of the presentation, it's nearly a $300 million operating budget. And so we felt it important to give you the highlights of what we've been able to do and what is planned next going forward. Hopefully you saw throughout those presentations that, we continue to be innovative and creative and very strategic with the funds that Council's authorizing for the departments to move forward with all the requests for programs and services for our community. I just want to thank the staff and all the departments for all their excellent work on putting together some very thoughtful budgets for the Council's consideration. And hopefully you've seen the hard work that has gone into these budgets. I will tell the Council and members of the audience, Ken already mentioned it, that the draft budget is online for review. So tonight we gave you just a bunch of highlights in just over an hour, so that equated to roughly about $4 million a minute. So if you want details of how all that money is going to be allocated, please take a look at the budget that's online. We'll have the final version for Council's ultimate consideration at your next City Council meeting. That's when we wrap up the budget process for your consideration. So we'll have that to present to you on our roadmap to complete the process next City Council meeting. So with that, I thank the Council for your continued support. And we hope that you support the recommendations before you tonight.
Appreciate the presentation and the details, because it is important to make sure that everyone understands it. No action tonight, but we'll be coming back at the next council meeting for adoption. All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next item. We'll go to item D.
Still need to open it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's already been a long night, so I apologize. While there is no action on it, we do open this up to the public, so. And you can get prepared for the next item.
Hello, Council. I came tonight because my friend basically said some, things were being said about Pride. So that was my initial reason for coming. But I'm glad I was here. It was really cool to see the entire budget laid out. I think that's really an excellent way for the community to not just talk to their representatives about what their priorities are, but it's for your job to kind of explain how you're spending the money, right? So I think that's great. I did hear the city manager explain we're tapping reserves to cover essential services. So I suppose, why do you rob a bank? Go where the money is. The biggest departments, it seems, are police and fire and utilities. I was interested also that so many departments are working with a new, was it a records management system, Tyler Munis? I just quickly looked it up online. Interesting company, and it is acquiring more artificial intelligence, like smaller companies. That could be a really great place to look for cost savings. The biggest thing that I see is an agency like a police department, you want to have the people well supported so that they're well rested, they do their job correctly, but you want to take the load off of them for all of the other stuff that a machine can do better. And so if we can get a better integrated like IT program that relieves some of that labor, then hopefully we can lower those costs as well. I guess though the reason we have the largest budget item being like the law enforcement, we do have a law enforcement mayor, right? So perhaps it's the fox guarding the hen house, but also the idea of these inspections being expensive with the fire department. Again, if AI can kind of intelligently guide us to say where we probably should be putting our human like capital, that might save some money. Finally, thinking as an educator, you always go backwards in design from assessments about what you're actually testing for. Is it giving you information about what the student is learning? So for example, you can ask a few questions like, we're spending some money on a firework abatement program or some sort of like firework awareness thing. Do the signs work? I mean, does a person seeing a sign become less likely to buy fireworks and shoot them off? Maybe not, right? The police get $1 million for a homelessness prevention grant. Does that work? Like, how many people are not homeless because of $1 million that was given to the police department? If it's 10 people, that's $100,000 per person, which if you give me $100,000, I guarantee you I won't be homeless, right? Like, what I'm saying is we can think a little more critically about how this money is being spent. The 70 events for community engagement, what are the metrics for that success? But the last thing I want to say very quickly is thank you, Councilwoman Wiley, for sitting with me on the lawn and watching drag at the Sassoon City Pride. And if anybody has ever not seen a drag show, you can now talk to Councilwoman Wiley. It was like sitting with my auntie. It was great.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please come forward.
Members, I too, this was one of my first council meetings besides a long time ago. I learned a lot here today, and I actually have a suggestion for the fire department. I haven't seen a lot of fire education, and I bring that up because last year I'm in a new home, never had a gas stove before, and left the ham bone on the stove after Thanksgiving, and my dog jumped up and turned on the burner. I was not home. The house was on fire, and it was just really strange. I decided to go home at the very last minute, walked in, house is on fire, the alarm is going off. The red alarm on the outside of the house, it's a newer home, was not going off. So luckily I got there in enough time to where the sprinklers did not come on, was able to turn off the stove, get the fire out. But I did not think about the oxygen coming in and with a gas stove. And where I live out on Vanden Road, there's a lot of new homes with the gas stove. I'm sure there's quite a few individuals who do not know how to work a gas stove if there is a fire. So I would like to recommend that as education for the city of Vacaville. And then in regards to the homeless program, as a social worker, I just wanted to ask if we are still doing the homeless. I believe there was a homeless council when I was the social work manager for Kaiser.
Round table.
Yes, round table. Are we still doing that?
There's plans in the works to be able to begin to bring out some information back to the community, maybe not monthly, but maybe quarterly updates.
Okay. I really do suggest that. I really liked going. I think it does help. You get a lot of different feedback from different stakeholders within the community. So I would suggest that also. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment of this and bring it back. I apologize. Got ahead of myself. There's no action items on that, so now we will move on to
Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you is a resolution of the council considering the adoption of names for various recreation facilities. We have Georgianne Meggersmith, our Assistant City Manager, Interim Parks Director, and Hugh Hesterman, our Park Planner, to present the item for you tonight.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Periodically, in pretty much a direct correlation to new housing units being brought to the city, we have the enjoyment of being able to say we have some new parks and recreational facilities to bring online. That requires them to be named. And so we followed a protocol in our city's policy for naming new facilities, and also some existing facilities for eight facilities recently. The facilities naming committee met back in November and considered all the names that were on the list. There was actually about 16 projects that we're going to be needing names for, but 8 were most urgent. So the facility naming committee directed staff to go ahead and start a public outreach campaign asking for input onto those 8 different facilities, actually 7 of them. I'll explain that later. We received about 100 proposals through that outreach process. It was quite inclusive and over a period of about a month after the Christmas season has passed, to make sure that people had time to look at that. And then in February, the committee held a public meeting to consider the names that were submitted from the public, and also some that were also on our existing name bank. And they, following the city's policy, came up with a itemized listing, or prioritized listing, I should say, of 3 names for each of the 7 new sites, and also verifying, or recommending, I should say, a change to 1 existing site. And so then in May of this year, those recommendations were taken to the Parks and Rec Commission, who did a couple little minor modifications, and they now are recommending that to the council for your final adoption, for consideration and adoption. These facilities are actually located all over the city. The first one is down in the southern area of Vanden Meadows. There's 2 on the Brown Street, existing street on Brown Street. One is a park, and one is the neighborhood facility. And then we have the 4th one is in Roberts Ranch Park. That was mentioned, excuse me, I called it Roberts Ranch Park. It's not a park yet. It doesn't have a name. In the Roberts Ranch subdivision, the new community park there. And I'll make a note here that the first phase of that just opened last week. It doesn't have a name yet, so we're anxious to get a name on it. The 5th one was in Green Tree subdivision, the southern park. And then the next park would be the northern park, the 6-acre park in the north part of Green Tree. And finally, Sierra Vista Park is the 8th one. It's currently named Sierra Vista School Park. And that was a category that the city had prior to the 2015 general plan update. So I will explain that as we go through the list. Next slide. So the neighborhood park for Vanden Meadows came up with the 3 choices. The first choice is Unity Meadows Park. You can read for yourselves what the justifications were there. With a second choice of Eulados Park and Bradley Moody Park. So these are in priority order. Next one. Site 2, the neighborhood park, proposed park at Brown Street. The first choice was De Colares Park. And second and third choices you can see. Next one. First choice, I'll just call it the Montoya Center to be clear there. We normally, most of our facilities are named for the formal name of the person they're named after, but they're routinely called by the last name. For example, John McBride Center, we refer to it as McBride, or Georgie Duke, it's referred to as Duke Center. In the community park at Roberts Ranch, Owl Park was the first choice there. And site number 5, the Green Tree Park South, that's the 4.5-acre site to be located south of Redwood. Green Tree Veterans Park, first choice. Next one. Site number 6 is the Green Tree North Park. That's the 6-acre park that would be built in the new area north of Redwood. And in North Village, Area Plan 2, the first choice was Letters Park. And then Sierra Vista School Park, which I mentioned, is an existing park. It doesn't currently have a monument sign out front, but part of the improvements that we would like to do to that park, of course, would be to put a formal sign on it. And so the timing is critical to get that name changed. The general plan eliminated the school park category in 2015. It was very confusing because people thought the name school included in that name meant that it was owned by the school district. I think this is just a way of clarifying it. It still has the connection to Sierra Vista School, but without the school name. So those are the 8 sites that we have names being recommended from the Parks and Rec Commission. And I would be happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you for the presentation. I certainly respect all the work that our commission has done up to this point to help identify and work in the naming process and to prioritize. I know I have received some correspondence, but we'll start with any questions. Councilmember Silva?
Yeah, thank you for presenting. So a couple of these, there haven't been developed yet that are being suggested. What happens if they're never developed? And what, and in other cities, like how does that create some issues when particular named after individuals?
You mean if the subdivision is not ever, doesn't move forward?
Yeah, so for example, the suggested name for Letters or respectively Casey Sheehan Park, De Colores Park, or Malaquias Montoya Center.
Right.
Those aren't, or I know Green Tree's in the process, but
right.
These other
Typically,
ones.
those names would go into the facility naming bank. So we the city maintains a facility naming bank of names that have been suggested, most cases from the public, but it can be from others also. If the committee finds that a name has value, and they want to reserve it for a future use, that just will go on the name bank. So it could be saved for a future site.
Do we have, so I noticed one of the suggestions, Green Tree Veterans Park. Officially, do we have a memorial park within the town? Or the center, the plaza downtown, is that?
We have a lot of memorials in town, some of identifying veterans in particular, but there's no facility that has the name memorial in it that I can think of as a city facility. Did that answer your question?
Yes. Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, I'm going to open this up to the public for any comment. Please come forward.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Councilman, and all of the councilmen. My name is Jeff Jewell. The father of Casey Sheehan is here, Pat Sheehan. He asked me to speak first. My name is Jeff Jewell. I'm with the American Legion here in Vacaville, and I'm also a retired VA director. I've lived in Vacaville off and on since, well, 1973. I'm here this evening to support naming I believe it's North Village Park, after Specialist Casey Sheehan, who is in the United States Army, was killed in action in Iraq on April 4th, 2004. One of the things that I'm reminded of is is that freedom is not free, and that Casey gave his life for this great nation and all its ideals, including our freedom of expression, in places like this city council meeting here tonight in these chambers. We all have an obligation to remind everyone that the reason we enjoy life in the United States is because of men like Casey Sheehan, who are willing to give their life to defend our way of life. What better way to do this than to name a permanent landmark in Vacaville after Casey? As a reminder to all citizens of our precious way of life, and it would not exist if men like Casey had not been willing to give it their all and defend it. So I would ask that the council consider that, and I was just informed of this a couple days ago. So what I would like to do as a member of the American Legion is I'm going to put it out to my 300 or 400 members here in town, and I absolutely feel that we could get their support. I'd like to start a campaign to make sure that this park is named after Specialist Casey Sheehan. So thank you very much. Pat, would you like to come up?
Well, he can have his own time. Are you finished?
I'm sorry?
Are you finished?
Yes, sir.
It's your remainder of your time. He'll have his own time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got 30 seconds, I guess.
See how that works?
So what I'd like to do in that 30 seconds is just say thank you to all the members of the city council, the mayor, everyone. The Vacaville veterans, you folks have been, in the last 2 or 3 years, have been absolutely amazing in helping us revitalize the Veterans Memorial Building here right across the street. So I want to publicly thank you for everything that you've done. Absolutely amazing. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question for Jeff. Okay. Jeff, I have a quick question. How many local Gold Star families are there? Or actually rephrase that, how many locals do we know of that have passed?
That we know of, there's 7. There, you know, it's tough sometimes because there may be more. I know there's one that I believe there's 7, and we have 7 Gold Star flags and 7 names in the Veterans Memorial Building across the street from Vacaville.
Thank you, sir.
And that's for the global war on terror, post 9/11. Of course, you've got the Solano County Vietnam Veterans Memorial out here with a lot more names on it. And of course, and then the memorial in Fairfield for all the World War I and World War II veterans. But yeah, as far as I know, there's 7 residents of Vacaville that have been killed in the global war on terror. Now, that's not including suicides, accidental deaths on active duty. It's not including things that happen after service due to maybe post-traumatic stress disorder or some other, but actual combat deaths is 7.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Anyone else? Please, yes, please come forward, Mr. Sheehan.
Carly, council members, thank you for allowing me this time to come forward and speak on behalf of my son, Casey Sheehan. You mentioned if you had any names of value, you would hold them. I have a name of value for you. Army Specialist Casey Austin Sheehan, okay? I know that Northfield is on the books, but it's not actually a park yet. Casey's been gone 20 years. We as a family are willing to wait, but I hope that you will consider that not only for Casey's sake, but by recognizing yet another veteran who gave his life, we can acknowledge the service of several veterans just by acknowledging one. So there are friends here tonight to support him. I appreciate that they're here. My daughter and my granddaughter are here. That would be Casey's sister and niece. He never met his niece. He gave his life in service to this country and to Vacaville. So let's honor and remember Casey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, my name is Larry Lichty. I retired Sergeant Major. I did 30 years in the Marine Corps. I got to be able to look at the back. So if you don't mind, if I could stand this way because of stuff that happened when I was deployed. In 2004, I was in Iraq. I was a bodyguard for an Army general. I didn't know Shan, but I walked his casket to the aircraft at Biop. Why do I remember that day and that name? Is because we got called on a QRF to go towards a prison because they attacked another unit. They attacked a general. And I was a bodyguard for a general, so our team geared up. We volunteered for that. Casey volunteered for what he did. That slide right there, and I'm sorry I'm getting a little bit emotional, but it doesn't rectify what he did. He wasn't an average soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine. He could have sat on the base, but he volunteered to do QRF. It's like a firefighter running into a burning building. It's a police officer going into a gunfight. They know something's gonna happen. They know 99% of the time they're not coming home. And that's what Casey did when he volunteered for that QRF. His dad just stood up here and said he was Vacaville. He was an Eagle Scout. I studied about this kid because he was one of the first ones from this area when I was out there that got killed. Because I grew up in Old Town Sassoon, gangbanging and drug dealing. And we knew to stay out of Vacaville because the police department wasn't playing with us. But I know that Casey was one of the good kids. He could have stayed on his base and not gone out. To not name a park after him? Shameful. Call it Letters Park or Pleasant Park? I was a Marine, but I was a bodyguard for an Army general. So I got to know a lot of soldiers, and Casey was one of the best. When you read his bio, when you read about him, not just somebody who got killed. Think about that when you're making your decision. He was a true hero. How many E4s do you know, if you've ever served, gets the Bronze Star with a V for what he did? He gave up his life to save others, just not for our country. When somebody gets hurt out there injured, he gave it up his life to save another soldier. That's what that B stands for. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to be quick. I'm a father of two that served in the military. One has been in combat zones. My sons came home, so I cannot relate. I only did 4 years in the Marine Corps. I discharged in '93, but I kept the title. I love being a Marine. I enjoy living here in Vacaville, and I love my country. I've always grown up to respect law enforcement, first responders, and those that serve our military. It's not my saying. We don't know them all, but we do owe them all. And again, I might have taken out of context when I heard, well, if a name has some value to it, we'll put it on a list, and then maybe, you guys have a tough job. You're going to have a tough decision. I'm sure a lot of these names that people brought forth have meaning to those people that brought them forth. Brad Moody, I haven't heard that name in a minute. It hit me right in the soul. I knew Brad. One day I would like to see a Walt Simon Park, for those that served the city of Vacaville. So I support naming the park after Casey, and I encourage you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time. 2004, I was a corporal in the Marine Corps. I was an E4 as well. And I didn't go to Iraq till '06, but I can tell you when what happened to Casey happened, and I've never met the family, thank you from the bottom of my heart. My first response was just a complete overwhelming sympathy for what you and your wife went through. But my second emotion was pride. Being a corporal myself from Vacaville, it was a town that a lot of the guys down there in San Diego had never heard of. We weren't really on the map. Casey put us on the map with a lot of pride. Like the last gentleman said, he wasn't just any soldier, sailor, Marine. He was a hero. He was someone that, now that I'm grown, that I want my children to aspire to serve their community and their country in that same way. The idea that that type of example could come in second in anything to the idea of just letters, because we all have them, is appalling to me. And I think it is more likely than not to every veteran who's come from this community and served this country. So I hope however that choice was made, it is strongly reconsidered. That's all.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, everybody else. My name is Jerry Skinner. I enlisted in the Marine Corps in 1966. I was deployed overseas to the land of the little people and wound up managing to get involved in an awful lot of the stuff that they advertised on the travel brochure. I hit all the spots. One of the things that I found interesting, I'm here to advocate for Casey's name being put on that park. I read a book called Way 68 about the Tet Offensive. And I had to read this book at home years and years later to find out that one of our very own from Vacaville was killed in Way City. And I didn't know about it. And I was in Way City for the Tet Offensive. So I think today would be a great way of showing some honor to a lot of people and let Casey be the guy that leads that. There's a lot of names on that monument out front. And if you ever stop and read them, there's a who's who of the military members from this community that died overseas where I was. So maybe it's high time that we do that, put a place to recognize them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, the first one I want to just confirm is on the Green Tree Veterans Park. I love the idea. I have talked to other veterans, and I think that's a great place that we could even, if we could be part of a committee to help design that, so there could be a space that we could use for events to support veterans. And but also the naming the park letters, I think some of the other park names already include inclusivity. It already includes, being open to unifying our people, whether race, religion. Because we're already finding, a place where it includes everybody. But going to somewhere, sorry, I made it home in 03 from Iraq. Casey didn't in 04. I have kids that want to join the Marine Corps. Sorry, just like I served. And you'll never find a prouder bunch than the U.S. Marines. And all these Marines here are here to support Army Specialist Casey Sheehan. His name means a lot to our city and to our veteran community. So I urge you to please pick a name that means something, and that you have my support. So thank you.
I just want to say I spent my time in the Navy, so I don't really have
I can't speak with the authority that those people who actually went into combat can speak with, but absolutely don't name it Letters Park. Casey Sheehan gave his life for you, and he should be recognized for that.
Thank you.
Talk about Casey before he went into the Army. He was the best young man you would have ever met. I knew him as a teenager and as a young adult, and he was the kindest, the most serving, wonderful, cared about everybody. Having to know that he went into the Army was just something we knew that he wanted to do. I really think this park needs to be named after Casey. He spent most of his life in Vacaville. So I think Letters Park is just not really a name to me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Council. So the way I think about this is my training in the field of history and as an educator. And it's so important when you talk about local history that you locate it in people and their stories and their experiences. Instead of it just being sort of narratives and tales that you tell, it's really like lives that were lived and lost in this case, right? And I think that that would be such a resource for this community. To have, I just imagine, I could visualize, school children going on trips to this park and hearing the story of this young man and learning about the wars on terror and learning about it from the perspective of a real person that lived in their town that was maybe someone like them, right? And that's something that can connect you, because I'm a member of this generation, that I was in high school when 9/11 happened, and everything that's followed has felt like we're on a different trajectory than what we originally meant to be on. And having something in our community that can ground us to what that day was like and what followed and what that felt like, I think that'll help not just preserve the memory of Casey Sheehan, but also I think it'll help educate every generation that these are real conflicts that have real consequences. It's not just something you see on the news. It is your neighbor, it could have been you, type of thing. And I just, that's the value I think for the community that I would encourage you to consider as like a historical value as much as an individual. But I want to honor that individual though more. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Carla, and I did know Casey from St. Mary's, and this has got to be short and sweet because I know I'm just going to start crying. Because I've known the family. I knew Casey when I needed a preschool teacher, because I was the director at St. Mary's. Casey stepped up and he taught a preschool class, and there's not many young men who would do that. And yet I remember his coffin going down the aisle at St. Mary's, and I thought, there is his son and mine is still okay. So I just hope you think about Casey when you consider that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment on this item. I appreciate everyone's thoughtful comments. Bring it back to the council. Councilmember Stockton.
All right. Gonna try to get through this one. I don't think that there is a better symbolic imagery than recognizing and respecting the sacrifice of Casey than seeing kids playing in a park. Because that's the freedom that he fought for. So I'm not here to minimize the concept behind Letters Park. I think it's a beautiful concept. And I think that the folks that went through this did their best to kind of rank things. But I really, I did have the pleasure of knowing Casey. So full disclosure, as a young adolescent that was on the fence, he was a big brother to a lot of us. He was a friend. He was a classmate. He was a parishioner. And he, when I think about some of the things that I frequently post online or talk about how we are Vacaville, all of us, because I do believe that. And I think when I think of that, Casey was the best of us. And so I would just, not for me, I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's an incredible way to honor not just the Sheehan family, but specifically Casey himself for the just the incredibly kind and incredibly patriotic young man that he was, and in a place to not go and be sad, but to see his niece and maybe her kids play someday, because I think it really is the ultimate symbol of freedom and understanding what it means for him to sacrifice himself and pay the ultimate price. So I think that there are some other great concepts, but that's the one that I'm the most passionate about. I appreciate everybody that stayed. I know it was a super long meeting. Your words are very powerful. Some of you I haven't seen since I was at St. Mary's, so it is good to see you. But I'm really optimistic and hopeful that we're going to get this right and honor Casey in the North Village AP2 Park.
Vice Mayor Ritchie.
I just wanted to really just echo a lot what Councilman Stockton just said. It's hearing the passion from the room and those who served, and it's just amazing to see people come out, support what's right. All the personal stories you expect from the family, all the stories you expect from people that served as well. And it all culminates together with really the last piece. The gentleman has no connection, doesn't know at all Casey Sheehan, to be able to have the outside looking in view and see how the community could then benefit and keep this man's vision, what he did and what he lost to serve alive. It really culminates the whole experience of what he gave allows us to have the audacity and the freedom to say what we want to do, walk how we want to walk, and be what we want to be. And that's what it is to be in America. Just we have the freedoms, and it's not free. Some people give a lot for it. I think it's awesome. So I wanted to say I want to say that, and I really appreciate. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. It's I just wanted the opportunity to really just step up and just kind of do what's right. So would you like to?
Oh, I'll listen to whatever.
There's several lights here.
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thank you guys thank you all for your service, although I'm sure you're not here for that this evening. Thank you for your sacrifice in an odd way. My relationship with Casey, he was a TA with Mr. Montalvo, who used to laugh at me, not Casey, Mr. Montalvo, when I was at Vaca High. And then years later, heard the news that he had passed away. Seen the picture, made the connection, and thought he was a great young man. And it also served as a reality of how fragile life is, and how fragile this world is. And then beyond that, knowing that he's not the only one, and how do we honor that? And to put that into context, my grandfather served in the Korean War, and he grew up pretty bitter. I'm pretty sure he was bitter before the war. But the one thing that will always stick with me, we lost, or I know numbers keep going around, but over 50, dang near around 50,000 over the course of 3 years, right? And in the history books, in our history books in high school, it's about a paragraph, maybe about 2 paragraphs that summarize that. And I never forget the subtitles, because the nickname for the Korean War is what? The Forgotten War, right? And so that's just something that always stuck with my grandfather, stuck with me. And when folks say never forget, it was never for my grandpa was never about himself. It was the bodies that the remains that he would carry out from mines and whatnot, when he was comfortable sharing those type of stories, and knowing that unfortunately, in many cases, history repeats itself. I think the story of Casey Sheehan, as eloquently as shared by many of you all, it also extends to their family. And his mother was very active in voicing her opinion and looking out for all kids, just as his father's looking out for his, and what I've heard, our community as well. And I think that, like, as a whole, the Sheehan family represents the complexities that we have within families, the complexities that we have within the concept of war, the complexities we have within service. Because I guarantee you the conversations and fear that mothers have and fathers have, as much as they're proud to see their kids volunteer to put themselves in harm for the betterment of others who sometimes are disgraced with the honor of being called a forgotten war. It's important that we don't forget. So I'm pretty sure I'm with I think where we're all at. Casey Sheehan doesn't just represent himself. And I was going to ask the family if we should incorporate a Sheehan family, but I'm pretty sure I know the answer to that. I think it's important that we make sure that that we continue to find ways to honor those, and continue to find ways that we never forget the sacrifices that folks have made, particularly our young men and women, as we continue to go on. So that's just kind of, those are my thoughts. So everything else I'm good with. I think we should bump up Sheehan instead of Letters Park.
Councilmember Wiley.
So my comments kind of follow Councilmember Silva's, in that it is so important to know the stories, and likely the vote would have been different if people who knew Casey well were at the commission meeting or the naming meeting when they were doing that, because you do paint a compelling story and of a person's life. And what someone else said, seeing the name on a plaque means something to someone's son, someone's daughter, husband, wife. So knowing the stories and hearing you really made a big difference. But what my question is to the committee, would it take a special, another step to get a plaque besides the name to explain a paragraph, who Casey was or what he meant? Because like when you see the name of a park, John Arlington Park, I've always got to be, look, who was John Arlington? Because I don't know. That's the park in my district, and it's one of my things on my list that I haven't gotten to yet. So I do think it's important to have a nice plaque to say who Casey Sheehan was, and that plaque can't tell it like the people who knew him, but at least then you have a little bit more of the local history when you have something to read. So that was mine. If this passes, that we would advocate for an educational plaque with it.
Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, sure. I agree with you completely. There's a lot of history to convey to people. If you don't have that information at hand, you don't know it, and it becomes just a name. I don't see any reason why we couldn't put a plaque like that in the park. We have other plaques in some of our other parks detailing history and names and that sort of thing. That would be nothing unusual, I think. In fact, I might add, there's even a technical opportunity to use a QR code where you could link it with a short information on a plaque. You could link it to a great deal more information if people wanted to find out more about the story behind the name.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. I've lived here in excess of 40 years, and when Casey lost his life, of course it made the news here in Vacaville. I didn't know the family, but I knew people that knew the family. I think the family lived at that time, or had relatives that lived around Ironwood. Affirming that, yeah. And they kept me informed of what was going on, especially with the family at that time. So I share my condolences, 20 years late, but I'll also share that I had my nephew was a Marine, recently retired, as well as his wife, both. And when he was receiving his awards, I would always make it to Southern California to be there to support him. There were so many things. There was one huge event that they held where they took the most elder member on the base or something and brought him in. Anyway, it was a remarkable occasion. But to be among the Marines is special. I have to give it to you. To be among you is very special. And so I want to thank each of you that came out to speak on Casey's behalf. And with that, Roy, and I'm going to say, Roy, I am in favor of making a change.
Yeah, thank you. Hold on. Well, I'll turn it over to you in just a minute. I'll turn it over to you in a second. I know that you have something else to say. I just want to say thank you for everyone to come out as well without needing to repeat it all. This community is a community in support of its military. Clearly, we know this because of Travis, but the reality is we see this when we honor our veterans, but we also, when we attend our Memorial Day ceremony for those who do. And I had the privilege of being with you when you clearly and very much in community were able to demonstrate really the value of making sure that we don't forget. And it's personal to you more than anyone and to your family. It's personal to this community, and we should never forget that. And if there ever was an opportunity, that opportunity is with this. I don't discount the process that got us here, but that's the reason why it goes from a commission to a council. And the lack of an understanding at a time, not everybody will go to a commission meeting and even know what's going on. But here we are, and so we have the opportunity to do what's right, and clearly what's right is to honor your son. I am supportive of that as well. Councilmember Stockton.
Well, I just wanted to say how much I appreciated everybody's comments, and Councilwoman Wiley, I really appreciated what you said about when these parks are named after people, it's a constant reminder to look into who they are and why someone would name a park after them. And so I would be remiss if I did not at least acknowledge Brad Moody was one of the people that was named as well. Brad was a police officer with I believe it was Richmond PD, and was responding code 3 to a call where to help a colleague that was involved in an altercation and passed away due to a traffic collision on his way back. His family lives in Vacaville. They're very active in the first responder world, and I have to say his wife, his widow, is perhaps one of the strongest women that I have ever met, having gone through what she's gone through, but she has used that, her experience to really motivate a group that is called COPS, that is Concerns of Police Survivors, and she speaks to other family members that have lost loved ones in the line of work. I do like the name Unity Meadows Park. I'm wondering if, because it's in a different, if it's in that was nominated for Unity Meadows, I believe. I'm wondering if you might consider Brad Moody or a combination of, Brad Moody Unity Park, or if that's something you might consider. I know it's not my district, but I'd be remiss if I didn't at least acknowledge that as well.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. I'm going to put something out there. I'm going to ask, and I know a lot of work went into bringing these names selections to us this evening. aside from the discussion we've already had on KC, rather than go to and address another park name, would it be better to ask them to allow us time to look through them, through the rest of them?
Absolutely.
And come back, rather than piecemeal? Because I would like to know, maybe they've given us the top 3.
Sure.
But there might have been other names that have been submitted that made great contributions to Vacaville.
Will it stay on the list?
So,
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think he said that they will stay on the list.
Okay, then I understand.
I think you got the essence of where I was going with this. So what is your take on that?
So as I recall, there were no other service members' names on the lists that of the 100 submittals that were provided by the public. I don't recall if on our existing name bank, I know there's many deserving individuals on the name bank, people who've made contributions to the city of Vacaville over the decades. I don't think within those 100 names there was another service member's name offered.
Oh, I wasn't speaking of specifically a service member, but of other individuals that reside here that have contributed significantly to the city.
Yes.
And bring a life story with them.
Yes. Yeah, there are numbers who are on the existing name bank, I think, who are deserving individuals who also have stories about their life and their contributions. None of them were brought forward as being appropriate for the 8 or the 7 facilities here, but there's more facilities to come. So I imagine that list will be revisited soon.
Well, I'm aware in this most recent submission that there were some other names submitted. So maybe look at that list again and we can bring it back.
Well, I just want to be careful that, we're here and the commission made recommendations. There'll be further in the future. Most everyone seemed to be settled with the exception of wanting to truly lean into one that was really personal and also part of our community. So I want to be careful that we don't start going backwards and asking the commission to rework everything and come back unless there was something specific. What we're trying to do is accomplish a few things, but we're also trying to honor the service of, of Sheehan. So I realize we can go all day long, but I'm willing to make a motion. But I thought that's where you were going.
That's where I am
Can I
going,
say
but-
one other thing?
Yeah.
I'm not asking that all 7 be revisited. However, we have the owl. There's some, if there was a person's name that was submitted where we have a name we have the owl as the park's name. If there was an individual's name that was submitted, I'm not trying to take or recommend that we not accept the ones
Right, you're looking so that giving direction back to staff. This is when you're looking at this list, let's look at the names of those who could be considered in the future.
in the future or in lieu of the Owl Park, OWL.
Right.
Yeah, that type.
Mr. City Manager, did you have a thought on where this process came from?
Sure, sorry, I'm going to chime in here real quick. So just the policy as it states, which is a council-approved policy, that should the council not choose a name, one of the 3 recommended names, you can send the list back to the commission for further consideration.
On the one that you're speaking of? Yes. Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, the only thing that I'd like to add to that is that, included in attachment 3 is a list of all the existing names that are on the list and all the multiple names that were proposed for these 7 facilities as well. So you'll note in the staff report that in some cases, one park had 15 applications received for it. All of those 15 names are included in attachment 3. And so to the mayor's point about, going through the policy and the procedure that was established in that policy, the Parks Committee did just that. They took all the applications that were received, ranked them, had testimony at a very long meeting on that, and then put forth the recommendation to the city council. So I think the information's there. And if there is, a desire to do something different, as Georgianne mentions, the council can say, well, we're good with these, but not with this, and push that back to the Parks and Rec Naming Committee to revisit that with additional direction, should that, be the desire of the council.
Scroll down. Keep scrolling. So, and I appreciate the clarification, because we're asking staff and the commission to follow policy and having public testimony. So the point here is if there was one in particular that the council couldn't agree on, that would be one thing. And so why don't we start with, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion. I would like to motion that we accept the recommended names with the exception of North Village AP2, which would be changed to Casey Sheehan Park.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for all of you. And thank you for all who represented those who were not here to represent themselves. And so I appreciate that. You didn't show up.
I don't know that one.
All right, Mr. City Manager.
I want to go hug him.
Sorry. So we will move on to the next item. I believe that is reports of the city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two quick announcements, or actually one announcement, and followed by an update that I don't want to steal your thunder. First item is there was reference to our initial homeless update. We have a date set for that. That is July 11th. We'll provide the council and the community with additional details of just exactly what topics will be covered at that particular update and where the event will be held at your next meeting. So please stay tuned for more details about that particular item. The other item, there was several mentions earlier this evening to our Bio International show and the attendance there. Just for the council's benefit, I wanted to give you some numbers. And I do agree with Councilmember Silva that we will be coming back with an update on the whole bio manufacturing strategy because it is an effort that the council has thankfully supported overwhelmingly and with good cause, because we are making a difference in the community and having an effect on people's lives as well as the economy here. But that particular show that we attended, just so everybody's clear, we were down there. It filled up the entire San Diego Convention Center. There were over 10,000 companies present, over 20,000 people in attendance from 70 different countries. So this is the largest biomanufacturing show in the world. And I've said it before in several presentations. The first time I've been to one of those was in pre-pandemic in 2019. It was our first show. And people kept asking me two general questions. What is Vacaville and where is Vacaville? And now that we've been going to those conferences with giving everybody the updates that we've been successful in achieving here, and not just with our efforts, it's now a much bigger why. It's a much bigger purpose. People have caught on to that. It's all about improving the quality of life for our residents through living wage jobs. And then the partnerships that we have here with the community college and new labs that are, investing and so forth. The questions still remain, what and where, but it's what is Vacaville doing now and where's their booth? And it's because of the interest that we are generating on an international level. And we're talking about companies and countries, actually, were coming to visit us and expressing their interest in what we're doing, and they already knew what we were doing, and are very interested in seeing if there's a partnership opportunity in what we're doing here. So I want to say, I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to Don Burris and all of his efforts. He's really a great resource for our organization in this venue. But I also need to say thank you to our entire media staff who put together some great materials for our booth. We were the envy of the state of California, honestly. And then I'd also like to thank other staff members who contributed to the materials that we handed out and all the details about what's going on here. Our partners at the CBC, Triad Development with Lagoon Valley, and Transwestern, who was there to represent their project for Axiom Point. And then finally, but not least, Councilmember Silva and Mayor Carley were there to join us to tell our story. And it really makes a difference when, you know, you get that personal insight from you all. So again, thank you very much for your presence there. Don and I are taking all the different business cards that we got and making phone calls and receiving phone calls and seeing how we can parlay that into new additional improvements for our community. So thank you.
Professor Silva. I was there as Professor Silva.
Yeah, thank you for that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Seeing is believing, and what you said is absolutely true. It's where is Vacaville's booth pavilion, because they want to figure out what's going on. Literally, there were countries, representatives that wanted to find us to figure out what our recipe was. And it's unbelievable until you see it yourself. I've been to a lot of conferences and trade shows, nothing like this one. So definitely on the radar. So appreciate that. So we'll move on from there into reports of City Council, and I will go with Councilmember Stockton. You were up first.
First off, I just want to thank everyone for their support on naming that park. And I think out of the 3.5 years I've been here, I think that's one of the things I'm the most proud of. And also just everybody that spoke. Wanted to thank everyone for sticking around to the end. We don't usually have as many people at the end of the meeting, so this is kind of neat. Wanted to wish all of the 2024 graduates, like congratulations on graduating high school. I had the opportunity to work sober grad night at Vaca High, and I got to work the sumo wrestling event where they got the strap on this big padded belly and running. It was great. But one of the things that I asked all the kids was, are you going to work, you going to school, or are you going in the military? And it was just so awesome to see these kids preparing for their life and their future. And it was a lot of excitement. People are certainly excited about not having to go back to high school, but really optimistic to see the next generation of our youth preparing themselves for becoming the next, leaders in workforce and military personnel for us. So it was pretty exciting. Also wanted to thank the city staff for opening up the cooling center on June 5th and June 6th. I know they opened up Ulatis, and then also the county opened up the public libraries. City Coach did free rides, and I just wanted to acknowledge that because I know that there's been a lot of requests to make sure that we're serving our houseless population, the elderly. I know there were some power outages that kind of hit at a really horrible time. So I just really wanted to thank staff for coming together, working with the county and everyone and making sure that we had a safe place for people to cool down. And that's all I have.
Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thank you. So, absolutely, congratulations to all the graduates and their families, and particularly those who are, never giving up on their dream of getting that education to live a better quality of life. It's very important. Anybody struggling and trying to look for what's next, there's different opportunities out there. You just got to reach out and ask. So that's one of the great things about this country, in particular our community. We have things that are going on here that I don't think we quite appreciate till you get to see what else is out there, not just out there in the rest of California, the country, but even the world. So, Mayor Carley did a phenomenal job Monday and Tuesday. The 2 days I was there as a professor, not as a city council member, at the Bio International Conference. It's hard to demonstrate or communicate the scale of this event, but like literally you have countries throughout the world, Brazil, Spain, Mexico, like they have mariachis out there, so they're having a good time. There's only two cities on this international scale: South San Francisco, whatever, and then Vacaville, right? The city of Vacaville. No offense to South City. That's the birthplace of biotech, so it's kind of fitting that they're out there. But the fact that Vacaville is able to be a centralized, building a reputation to having a whole ecosystem of where you can come up with a concept and have a place to go at Live Space Labs. So Depeche, who's running that particular lab space, he was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal, and going out, making connections, networking. He was like, hey, let's go talk to the consulate of Japan and see who we can leverage to come out here. Okay, so we went on this. I didn't know it was like a 3-mile walk to the spot, but I'm glad I went. We made a lot of good connections and whatnot, as it was shared by the city manager. But the presentation of they have all these different booths that are pretty fancy, and ours was designed to be very interactive. So all the input from that was mentioned from staff to create those displays was really huge. The videos, what I thought were very, very powerful. And I'm hoping during that update we can get a little glimpse of that when we get that. But again, just a lot of key pieces that are missing in how you build up innovation within your community. We have that framework here. So big thanks to the California Biomanufacturing Center, their staff. They help sponsor these different events. They got people that come to the booth, and that creates a lot more interaction. Transwestern, their whole crew was out there. Ascend, Kurt Johnson, he came out as well as helping sponsor. And again, Mayor Carley did a great job for a non-science guy, communicating the vision of our community. So good job on that. And then just kind of moving forward, as mentioned about, flag and our flag policy and whatnot. I know it's been, there's a lot of different strong feelings, but the flag policy for me wasn't just about recognizing one quote unquote group or different things that are being said. It's again, I know there's gonna be different interpretations on that, but ultimately I think it's important that when we're going out there, there is a whole world out there that has different aspirations and wants to live a better life, right? And the question is, the challenge that we have is how do we create that space to let folks know that, hey, this is the town, this is the city of where you can work towards a better life, and making sure that that's welcoming to all. And I think the more we find ways to communicate with folks that are different, we start building those bridges where they're not there. So I think it's very important that we keep finding ways to creating a welcome community while making sure we respect those who have volunteered and sacrificed all. So I believe the Army flag is going up Friday. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Thank you. June 14th, Flag Day, the United States Army birthday. So that flag will be going up. And then Juneteenth, I'm pretty sure my colleagues will mention more about that, but I'm really excited to hear about the work that you guys have been putting together along with staff on that. So thank you.
Councilmember Wiley.
I also would just say thanks for hanging in there, still being here. I will tell you a couple of things that I went to on last week on Sunday. or Friday, there was an American Legion Resource Fair at the Three Oaks Community Center, and it was really well organized, and Jeff Jewell was there, as well as a lot of other organizations that help veterans, and then he saw that I was there, and so he did, publicly thank the city and the rest of the council for our support of the veterans organizations, especially with the ARPA funds that they had, and just how they knew that our council cares for veterans. So it was a wonderful event. There were probably a lot of vendors, and I wish we could have reached more veterans, but maybe more came in the afternoon. But it looked really great with the city supporting that at Three Oaks as well. And then the Homeless Cooling Center, I also stopped by, and I'm glad that we had that set up. And I talked to several folks that were utilizing that, and that's also today was such a hot day. And as mentioned earlier, I was at the Sassoon Pride Festival, and it was their first one. It was really well attended. It was a great crowd, and it was just a really nice feel for everyone, felt comfortable and enjoyed the day. And so it was great to be able to talk to people at that. Upcoming events on Monday the 17th is Juneteenth ceremony at McBride Center from 10 to 12:15. And then the other thing that's coming up is I thought I had one other thing listed on here. I am going to have a walk through the park, because at the last council meeting, we approved the final things for Pheasant Country Park, which is in District 6, and I wanted to let the people see what has been done so that they can see. So I have just kind of an informal meeting, and hopefully there will be quite a few people that come at 9 a.m. on June 24th. So that's what I have on my list.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. I did quite a few things, and I was looking back on my calendar to recap, and I decided to give up. A lot. It was a wonderful reception, the what we call?
Gene Acres?
Gene Acres, yes. That was a wonderful reception. Was able to meet some of the pre-attendees of the event that was going to take place the next day. And even got up early to make it there at 8 o'clock the following day. And commend our mayor for his comments made at the event. The breakfast, well, not the breakfast, but the opening. The opening. Appreciate your words. And then I left there and went to Payton Elementary School, where the police department, Lieutenant Dahl and his team put on a barbecue for third graders. I think they were third graders in the park. And I told them I had an invite to come, and I said, only if I can cook or assist, and he allowed that. And it was a wonderful time with the young people. They really were. They expressed their appreciation. They were so grateful, and I was happy to have the opportunity. I wanted to give recognition to our interim director of Parks and Rec, and in the absence of our city manager, the acting city manager, George Ann. You did a wonderful job attending to my needs, whatever, or being there to let me share what was on my mind. I appreciate that very much. And Juneteenth is coming up, and I did receive an invite to be one of the speakers this year, along with Vice Mayor Greg Ritchie. I'm looking forward to that. And since that invite, I've had such revelations, and this is no lie, reflecting on the life of my parents and my upbringing. And I've really been in a certain place for the past couple of weeks. I can say daily, it has been resonating with me, what Juneteenth actually means and what it meant to my family. So anyway, I'm looking forward to sharing. And with that, I will stop.
Vice Mayor Ritchie.
Gosh, okay, sorry. Thank you so much. I want to echo what a night. Just the emotions in the room. Yes, I was talking about Juneteenth, but thank you so much for Jeanette Wiley and Sarah Chapman doing a great job of kind of explaining it's coming up an event. I will not speak for as long as they have on the agenda. One thing I think short is better, and I probably can't talk that long. So if you do come, I will make it nice and brief. But the passion in the room was really strong today, and it really culminated to, I don't have a long speech. We had people come for the flag, against the flag, and passions. Myself, the mayor, we've been in the news, and I want to have a longer conversation, or maybe more than this, maybe at the end, the last meeting of the year. I want to kind of put my passion of Juneteenth, my speech, all together in a kind of nice, cohesive conversation. But it's really a choice. I've made some choices in the media in the last month that I've been persecuted for and crushed. We all the freedoms we have in America, the freedoms we hold, the First Amendment, we have the rights to love, the right to pray, dress, all these freedoms we have. Some people make choices. The mayor was able to make the choices he wanted to make by his beliefs and faith. That's what we live for. I made my choices, but I hate to see one person persecuted, one person put down, because they enlisted their God-given right in America to the power of choice. We can make choices. As long as choices don't hurt someone else. I think that's always lived by that theory. In life, you can do whatever you want, but don't hurt someone else. If your choices are negative, then that's when you cross the line. So I will have a long conversation about it, but it's just, it's one of the things that has been really touching my heart. I made my choice freely, and I think the mayor did too, but allow the conversation to build and allow us to get to the point where we can have a longer conversation on how we got to this choice. But I really want to plan more conversation about the proclamation and the flag and the policy maybe after the Pride event, after Juneteenth, because I think I want to have a whole conversation about that together. But it's just really, we saw a person that sacrificed her life for our freedoms here to love and uphold American ideals. And so I think the power of choice and freedom of speech is just so essential. So that was longer than I want to talk about, but it's really just, it's been kind of tough watching people get torn down for the choices. We're allowed to make choices in this world, and so that's it.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank everyone for making it through a long evening. Unfortunately, what I couldn't share during business from the floor is my heart. All I can do is at least express some factual information. So it seems sometimes disconnected when you're trying to have somebody understand what your intentions are. And we live in a society that is quick to judge people by actions without asking questions. And you've experienced it more recently. You would appreciate someone picking up the phone and asking, so why did you do that? And I had people didn't even ask me that. They just share an opinion. It's like, well, if you don't want to know why, it begins to show where we're at in our society. Whether anyone would want to acknowledge or agree with this, we all run in circles that people feel like they can't say and share what they feel. They feel silenced because of, if you're not with me, you're against me. And we've heard terms over the last year. We've had some long, contentious debates and discussions where people's feelings are shared and people's feelings get hurt. And I recall a constituent that said, I hope that someday comes when we don't need to raise a flag and when we don't need to make a proclamation. Seems like a very reasonable comment, because the real issue is then what is it that we're trying to accomplish? And then also the reality is some of these same messages that came to me, whether they're in an email or a phone call, was, what is your role? What is your role of government? And I heard it again tonight, and I've heard it routinely. I've even heard it on our council, and I agree with it. These terms of tolerance and acceptance. And we use conclusionary words and we use vague words. And so sometimes we hear words like pride or celebrate. And I am the first one to tell you that when all of this occurred, the entire council received an email. And it is true, I was not inclined to reach out to the Pride Center. The reason is because the Pride Center, at least its leadership last year, made incendiary accusations that were utterly fabricated to elicit a response. And so if that's the behavior that came at me, I recognize and I believe that there is always value in an organization in serving a community. And a meeting that I had with the then leadership of the organization was a very good meeting, but you wouldn't know it because of what was said. And so the way I see this is, as we look and we have these conversations of tolerance and acceptance, the role of government is to serve all people. And I am of the belief that unless and until something like that changes, and if it's going straight to attacks, this is what's creating the division in our country, and it's what's creating the division in our community. And what I say is I want to have a direct relationship with the community and not through an organization. I would love to see if an organization can actually engage and partner not only with the members of our community that they serve, because the organization does. But at the same time, I also look at this and ask questions, and one of them is to be accepting of people does not require accepting their beliefs. This is the trouble we're at in our society. We use the words of diversity and we use the words of inclusion, but the two of them collide. Because to acknowledge that we're different then has to accept our differences, and if we're not willing to accept our differences, then we're really not including each other. So at some point what we have to do is respect our differences and seek unity where we can. And I long to do that with anyone and everyone, and anyone who knows me would acknowledge, if they know me personally, where my heart is, which is why where it didn't exist in the past, it simply just said recognize Pride Month. What I wrote was to recognize, support, and include and safeguard the LGBTQ community in the city of Vacaville. And I do that in my personal life with the people that I know. And I'm the same person in my private life as I am in my public life. And we all have our own life to live. And the key really is can we find a way to say, I may agree with you or I may disagree with you, but it doesn't have to create division. What we have to do is accept it and understand that may have to, in some cases, tolerate each other. But we can find unity in ways that we can build relationships and find ways to work together. And that's where I was a year ago. And so I respectfully declined based on the fact that the proclamation policy, which as I read it because of my years of service in government and understanding law, I'm not an attorney, but I ask questions. I recognize that a policy that says, and I'll read it, some of you have not necessarily understood what it says. There's complexity to it, but it's designed so that it makes it easier for me to manage a process. I don't believe that a council needs to spend 5-6 hours hashing out a whereas, and we see cities that do this. So we just follow good process and good governance. But it does go on to say, proclamations related to matters of ideological or religious beliefs or individual conviction or political and legislative issues which may suggest an official city position on a matter that's under consideration or to be voted upon by the city council will not be issued. And so we can have it one way or the other, but at times we can't say that it's okay to have it both ways. And so as I interpret that, and I did make a comment that said that the organization is increasingly engaging in what would appear to be religious activities. That's all I said, because the reality is the Pride Center is doing that. And it is all but hold on a second, is all but acknowledging that even in the media. I respect the Pride Center's right and ability to do that. But on the same token, I took an oath before this, in this chambers and I swore to uphold the Constitution. And the Constitution comes with a Bill of Rights that secures the rights for everyone. Not just some people, but all people. And so in looking at this, when we talk about, ultimately what we're trying to do is, if we're trying to use a proclamation system to legitimize something because we want to support people, then why don't we just support them? But if the goal is to somehow elevate opinions and beliefs and values of one group over the others, and at odds is religion, as we've seen in some cases, why are we being divided over political reasons or religious reasons? Why don't we just come together? At the same time, that is why I declined. And when the media asked me, I said, so that we can have this conversation. Because I care deeply about people, and I care deeply about people who would identify and say, and in my own family, like we always hear, everyone can relate in their own family. And that's why I said, if you're gay, you're welcome in Vacaville. In fact, you're welcome in my house. I don't have an issue with anybody. I really don't. But I don't also then have to, as mayor looking at a proclamation in a city, look at what is our role of government. And instead of trying to, step in, it's easier to say, I respect your opinions and your views and your values. But the role of government isn't to elevate the opinions, values, and virtues of one group over the other. It's to safeguard the right to have them. And that's why I take the position that I do, is to safeguard your right to do that. And as mayor and as a council and as a city, if there are issues in our community that we need to address, then we need to have a seat at the table to address them. And that's simply, I just wanted to share that so not to be misunderstood or misconstrued. The LGBTQ community lives here in Vacaville and is welcome in this community and are valued members of our city. And I want to make sure that they feel valued and feel safe. And I don't need to do it through an organization who's requesting a proclamation. But I was grateful that our proclamation policy allows for the council to do so. And that's exactly what happened. And so it allows for this conversation to occur, because it would not have occurred had I simply signed it myself. So that's just my comments, and I just want to make it clear. And I'm willing to talk to you afterwards, but this is the time for me to share. So I respect the center's ability to engage a community, but it is not the role of government to promote its own engagement based upon its views and values. It's up to us to safeguard the organizations and the entities that exist here so that they can. And that's the role that we play in government. So with that, just thank you. And hopefully what we can do is we can find ways this year to come together and actually have discussions about what would be best for our community. And not necessarily divide into camps and divisions, but recognize what we can come together and create unity and not have to come about this every year this way. That would be my desire. And with that, we do have closed session. There will be nothing to report out. There's 2 items. Both of them will be existing litigation. And so with that, I want to adjourn this meeting tonight in honor of Casey Sheehan. With that, good night, Vacaville.